Fuck happened?
I'm in this bitch, yeah, I'm back. I hit the club on the hub, he can come with the racks. Come with it, yeah. Weezy out of here. I'm in this bitch, yeah, I'm back. I hit the club on the hub, he can come with the racks. Come with it, yeah. Flow around the town with a sack. You snatching my chain, I bet you I get that shit back. Hey, I pull up and finger her cat. I'm a big dog, get the stove, get the blow in them racks. I'm in a golf cart, rockin' spider like that. Nigga Richie fuck, don't know where he was at. Ran the dog a train and I didn't have a track. I say what I mean, and I don't take it back with the waterfall. On my wrist and my neck, I ain't going soft. Not a pimp in distress, I'm a sex symbol. Bitch, you love me to death since November. I've been buying the stuff, I don't do no rent. And I've been keeping it tough, she got 4 fillers. That's the coupe in the truck. Shot a trippin', I ain't do nothing to her. All I did was turn up more women. She know I'm Jordan, it's got it pimpin'. Every album got no skipping. Shot it bad, ain't had no chicken. Suburban, her toe pretty. You a nerd, I pose the city. Ain't no way, not told him to hit it. You get lost, hope you know the city. But I get caught in the wrong trenches. What's on your wrist, million? Next week it might be a zillion. Kanye, let me borrow a billion. Mediterranean by a village. I'm surrounded by cocktails and beautiful women to kick it with. I'm in this bitch, yeah, I'm back. I hit the club on the hub, he can come with the rest. Come with it, yeah. Flow around the town with a sack. You snatching my chain, I bet you I get that shit back. Hey, I pull up and finger her cat. I'm a big dog, get the stove, get the blow in them racks. Just rack. I'm in a golf cart, rockin' spider like that. Nigga Richie fuck, don't know where he was at. Ran the dog a train and I didn't have a track.
I took a shopping in Soho. I leased a nigga this yo-ho. Snatching my chain is a no-no. Get your ass shot from the logo. I put her up in the chokehold. They snitching and broke, po-po. Give me a quickie, she go-go. Cause I'm in a rush, JoJo. Okay. Buy a coin, buy another one. Way too many, get my brother one. Send a blitz, we huddling. When it smoke, they stuttering. Switch on the Glock, strike a pose. I'm a cameraman, it's shuttering. Nosy niggas, we butting in. Bend it over, let me see some. Young FL studio, front to back, I'm tryna beat some. I'm the type to put my boots on. He the type to run and go tweet some. I don't play about my hard drive, get your ass whooped if you leak some. Niggas always tryna sneak some. 21.
Went to Cleveland Ave at the scoop at the camp. I know Mama Doug living richer than France. You know Dolly Door from the block. They the Baps. I got 2 twins in the back of the truck. Ass fat like 15s in the back of the truck. I took 2 twos, put it right in the cup at the other 12. Cause we don't fuck with. Spot jumping, now you know that it's hit. Soft skin like inside a bikini. Took a rose right out of martini. One balloon and I'm having a feeling. To the roof, but we don't have a ceiling. What the fuck? Tell me, what does that mean? That mean I'm key. Rolling, I can feel my hands on my feet. Thought that sun picture, hitting the trillion, hitting the zillion. We might need quantum physics. Utopia back to business. I'm in this bitch, I'm back. I hit the club on the hub.
You come with the rats.
Come with it, yeah. Flow around the town with a sack. You snatching my chain, I bet you I get that shit back. Hey, I pull up and finger her cat. I'm a big dog, get the stove, get the blow in them racks. Just rack. I'm in a golf cart, rockin' spider like that. Nigga Richie fuck, don't know where he was at. Ran the dog a train and I didn't have a track. Yeah. I've been that way since a little nigga. Don't like it, then deal with it. Bull out and I chill with you. YG and Spider, your favorite idol, your favorite rival. Maniac, man, Jay with the man. My beat on your chest, little nigga relax. Tell the crew, y'all get radical, don't it?
you can make a smash. There is nothing quite as wonderful as money, money, money. There is nothing like a newly minted money, 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 money. Everyone must hanker for the butchness of a banker. It's accountancy that makes the world go round, 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 round. You can keep your Marxist ways, for it's only just a phase. Money, money, money makes the world go.
My neck got low, big sharks on my ankles. I drape out off my bra, I cut the bangles. I go military boys with the angles. Gotta upgrade the stars out of space for me. Lot of blue cash in a rubber band. Mounted, she in Barbie land. Drop a count of diamonds, rock 'em by the teens. I'm a string anchor, called
Fresh to death, Gucci on my tune. My chopper sing in the auto-tune. Bad bitch in my hotel room. Take a perk right before we fucking at the fool. 70, I got blue face diamonds. I'm at the top and I'ma keep on climbing. I got a on my hip, no silence. My mama told me don't trust nobody. Damn mama, you seen it. That's why I don't keep this heat for nothing. Try me, then you're getting one. Plus one and a couple more. 30 shots when I am all done. Right, did I do the math right? Stomp 'em out, raff in my raps, feel my rap.
My neck got low, big sharks on my ankles. I drape out off my bra, I cut the bangles. I go military boys with the angles. Gotta upgrade the stars out of space for me. Lot of blue cash in a rubber band. Mounted, she in Barbie land. Drop a count of diamonds, rock 'em by the teens. I'm a string anchor, called
Hey yo, let him get up in there when he came home. After a long bid, you know that sex game strong. Headed to the Brit, baby, hang on. Ding dong, got that Alexander Wang on. Wait, free dog. She heard that he eatin' my, did the face palm. Pretty no makeup, I ain't had to put my face on.
What's the move? I don't know. I just woke up. I slept the whole day. Then I woke up, I'm like, man, I want to go back to bed. Well, probably once I can get some money, I might start seeing what I can try to go flip or not. Maybe probably check to see if there's shit with. Probably see if there's huge potions still. But
Stay in your lane, don't get gassed at that station. Give him the chills, I got him head over heels. Sucking my toes while he massaging my heels. He wanna lick the rapper, no chance. They try to rob my wave, but they end up on the sand. I got wild hitters and hustlers all on my payroll. Type of niggas hit the block, move the crack in that yayo. I got wild chicas who do whatever I say so. About that dinero, so if you want me, you gotta peso. Just put a couple grand in some rubber bands. Bitches want my look, couldn't get a glance. They wonder what I gross, like my name was Lance. It's Barbie, bitches drop like 20 mil on Barbie land.
My neck got low, big sharks on my ankles. I drape out off my bra, I cut the bangles. I go military boys with the angles. Gotta upgrade the stars out of space for me. All that blue cash in a band. Mounted, she in Barbie land. Drop a count of diamonds, rock 'em by the teens. I'm a string anchor, called money on his dog, they go. On the sidewalk, he getting a 10 o'clock. I grow Microsoft, drinking, I said, bitch, I been a boss since a goddamn kid. Hop out on the block with it, make him do the cha-cha-cha. I wrote the rock box with your baby and I got my rocks off. She started shots off on me and they were Gucci. I been over in the Billy's bird.
yeah, give me a second. Ugh.
Oh, what's up?
Money. Bring out. be doing.
So, what the hell you mean by? So when you go to sleep, do you always calculate how many diamonds you make, or you don't fucking?
Well, I know during a day, like each account make up to 100 mil and just be her. Because on average, my accounts are taking like a million. But I really know. I'm talking about trading and shit. If this alt account hasn't gotten items today, like the one of my like the technology alt 2 account for some reason not getting items. Same fuck.
As many items,
Yeah, like
or like, oh, okay.
like I'll get like every account will get like what is it? Like 50, like 200, 300 large bundles of enchants. Then I'll check the other account and I'll have shit like that.
What is the breakables master? Wait, hold on. Let me see if the
99.
breakables master even.
99.
Oh no! Oh yeah, all of them you said were maxed out now.
Yeah.
5 times loot from mini chests if they're breakable mastery 99. I don't know what else affects that. I guess the superior chest.
I'll have this.
The superior mastery on it. Is it because it doesn't have as many huges, so it's not breaking it as quick?
No, the other account that has the same amount of huges. Same amount of items.
What the hell?
Let me see this tech. Hold on. This tech how super does. It's like it doesn't goes like does he have super a second. Grabbing options. See what I can make from.
Damn, it looks like hella shit's going even more down.
Like what?
I'm just looking around. Oh, well, I'm almost treating this like Skyblock, where I know the market of most items and I kind of know certain rarity prices and how long they've been sitting at the same price.
Yeah.
I can just tell that a lot of pets are going in the dump. Some of them are staying the same, but like the little things that I'm noticing, it's all revolved around what can it do? Can another pet do it for the like cheaper, or is it an existence thing? Like obviously you can get yourself an active rainbow pet that's 90 mil, but if you're trying to go for something that's under 1K and it looks nice, maybe. So like rainbow shinies, they dropped down today 20 mil or something. They're kinda the Mechatrons, they dropped down even more.
Yeah,
Just because I guess those are the highest ones, right? 12 point something, 12.
It's not even that either. I think the biggest reason they're dropping is because nobody can play with them.
You have to think about the exist rate as well. If there's a good amount that exists, doesn't make it as valuable. Because obviously, like, those would have been bought out first since they were the cheapest. But those are the ones dropping first because they're the ugliest and they have the most exist.
No, it's not that. I completely disagree. I think they drop them because they drop your fucking frame rate to 0 when you use them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the abyssal jellyfish didn't drop.
Yeah, exactly. You see, I'm 100% sure the robot is dropping because of that.
I think the tempered owl and the scorching bear, those are gonna drop, and that's why I don't like the nuke and the ninja. Like, even though the nuclear doesn't have that much of an animation, it's just still a little too much going on. Just like a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
Well, see, what is it? I'm gonna keep buying them because I know for a fact they have to eventually add in game a way to turn off all particle effects.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, like too many rainbow chests. You got basically the same amount of these, but see, look, like 34.
Hold on, I stopped looking because I kept on double hearing you. I'll just turn down your.
Like, look, like especially these bundles, like 64, 74, 54, 20, and then 726 bundle of flat. It's like weird items. It's not getting the same amount. Like large gift bags, the same amount. I got 100 pinatas. These look good.
Well, what are roughly the levels on the huges? Maybe the huges are breaking it way quicker than the other ones. I don't know. Like, what I'm thinking is just like a braking animation that's slowing you down.
I don't know how because each time I load up an account, I make sure I re-put on the fucking whatever it's called, the fuck is it? Potato mode.
Oh yeah, you refresh the potato.
Maybe I should turn off block strap, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, it don't really matter to me. That's why I want to get shit during the day and try to sell it overnight on my main because I can already tell my main's gonna be dog shit for AFK overnight. Oh, wait, I'm on orange team now. Alright, I saw earlier, I don't think purple was winning.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was yellow.
Yeah, for like two times it wasn't winning. This one's blue. Ooh, that. Orange. Yellow. So now I got 2 accounts on purple.
Purple's winning again?
Of course. And yellow's last place. You gotta realize it just switched, or did it? Yeah, it just switched colors. So, this is on orange. This account's on yellow. So, that account's on purple, and this account's on purple. But I did calculations, and you can buy the shit, or what is it? You can buy the thing to give you, stay on the same team for a week. And then after that, it's not worth it. Like I said, it goes up by 10 each time, and after a week, you're at 95. You only get 26 points from doing that, so that's not worth it.
So let's say you are. Wait, hold on.
Because every other team, they only get a max of 24 points a day. If you're on purple team and then you try to use that thing after using it for a week, it's 95 points. And in total, purple team gets 120 a day. So you'd only be getting 25 points that day if you used it when it's
chance to grind the update if you are on the purple team and then you choose to keep on staying.
You don't have to be in the event world to get buckets, you know that, right?
No, but you have to contribute to keep purple team winning. If you're not contributing and everybody in the purple team is not in the event world grinding to keep the points up, then another team is just gonna win.
But that ain't happening because purple team got a bunch of fucking losers. That's why I'm just gonna, like, matter of fact, this account right here, how many points I got? Or how many buckets I got? Yeah, see, I got 46 right here, so what I'm gonna do, you know they call purple team Kobe, right? All we do is get buckets.
New team in 24 hours? I thought it was every 12 hours.
No. You thought. Pussy.
Yeah.
Alright, so
What's that, boy?
stay on team. Yep. So now I get to go back to K-Way World. There are currently 8,000.
But what I'm also thinking is if you're not on the purple team, it gives you higher chances to hatch huges so your team can catch up and then other colors have a chance. That's my theory. Because how did the other ones catch up and how did red going from last place all of a sudden have almost about 90 million points more? That means like it's been dropping huges for people.
Counterpoint. I heard Preston. Saying he hates the colors, so I don't think he cares.
Forgot about Preston.
Preston ain't forget about Preston. That's the sad part. You remembered him. I got 4 messages. Right.
He said we're gonna have a good update. Bazinga.
Yo, faggots, you ready for a good update?
We better have a good ass update. Bazinga. Y'all really think?
Nah, do the Mexican word. We better have a good update.
A Mexican word.
Yeah, you're supposed to say that word after I said that.
That's only when we love. Because when we love, we love.
We love her. Yeah, y'all rapists. Wow.
Hey, órale.
For you, they say, oh, you gay.
Oh, you do.
You want to be George Lopez so bad.
George Lopez hates Mexicans. So, yeah.
Isn't it crazy when Mexicans? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Mexicans. Órale. I have my own TV show about Mexicans.
Of course, George Lopez hate Mexican. Have you seen it? Big ass head. Probably
Just to
strict.
hold all of his jokes.
Yeah, got 3 of them though.
There's hollow in there.
Isn't it crazy when Mexicans, like white people do this, but Mexicans do this?
Fucking dirty Mexican. Oh, that's not what he said. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, YouTube can get a green card in your voice. You're good. You're so racist. I heard YouTube, Preston thinks that all Mexicans see the world in orange tint, like in every other movie. Where if it's taking place in a Mexican world, it's
If it's taking place in a Mexican world.
or if it's taking
What
place,
does a Mexican world looks like?
I don't know, but it's dying.
Hey, it's not fucking indie.
Okay, I Why do you hate Indians?
Because they're the dirtier version.
Okay, don't you fucking dare.
What?
Not on my stream.
Dude, you go on about this all day.
I don't.
The second that I bring anything up.
Because,
Dude,
see, that's
I don't
how.
support that. I'm gay. You know I can say gay, right?
Oh, can you? Non-gay people ain't allowed to say the word gay.
Yeah, just because you're black doesn't mean you can just go out and say the word. Bitch,
Yeah, for sure. What the fuck is this?
Who?
Oh. Oh, I'm getting notifications. Hell no. Leave me the fuck alone. None. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Mute.
You even put it
Done.
on BDLM wrong?
You lame as hell, Ron. Sorry.
Stop.
On 4 of them, Dave.
Born them days.
There's a guy on my stream named Dark who keeps saying that and it kills me. It's on Phonem Grave, not. He's like, no, it's on 4 of them, Dave. Like, that's not, but it
White
is.
people.
Oh.
White people.
Don't you have a shrine dedicated to white people being the master race?
Being the mass what?
Being the L Master L race.
Oh. I thought you were saying like the superior race, because they are.
That's disgusting. You know white people stink when it rains, right?
They smell like wet dog.
Smell like your mama in the shower. Odele.
Oh, they?
Get it? Because she's a wet bitch. Fuck you, mom.
Fuck you. Dinner's ready, Tanner.
God, I can't wait for mayonnaise sandwiches again.
Oh, they're too spicy. Mayonnaise sandwiches.
That shit be busting.
Are you saying the mayonnaise sandwiches are just like extra mayonnaise?
Huh?
Mayonnaise sandwiches.
I don't eat them. I know my grandma boyfriend do.
I was gonna ask you that. What happened with your food when you left it up in there in the fridge? They be trying to pick at it. And do you let them? Cause you're like,
Well, I don't have any food in that area. All my food I can just go heat up from the freezer to the microwave. I don't really care. After that, if I catch you, I'm fucking you.
dude, when I snap my fingers, you're gonna forget. Buzzing.
Wow, you didn't snap, retard.
Huh?
That wasn't a snap.
No, I wasn't gonna snap him. You're never gonna forget you're gay.
On 4th and them Dave.
Shut the fuck. On David.
Yeah, on King Dave. I'll upgrade all these potions until it's like an atrocious amount of money to do it. Damn.
Well,
Okay.
I would say do treasure hunter, no?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. But dog, look at this. I'm only at the 2nd tier, and it's gonna cost 100 mil to upgrade.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do damage and coin. Like I do egg and diamonds and treasure. Those are like the main three that make you the actual money.
J. Cole was talking about your mama when he made that song. Ruby.
Remy. Oh.
That is not what I said. It's Ruby. Ruby.
No.
Your mom be squirting.
Doji.
Gucci, Louis, Fenton, Crawdad.
Ishi, Gishi, man.
Is she getting my pussy? You wanna take it a lookie? I don't wanna look. Fat bitch.
When I'm looking. Fat bitch. Why?
Dog.
Fat bitch.
I got hacked. Alright, so 6 of these. Damn. I don't wanna do that. So. I think I'm selling them. Fucking bomb. Not selling potions.
Fucking nerd.
God, you're Mexican. Yo, shiny.
Hot tour.
Deflated. Wow. None of this shit actually. Good
There's
idea.
someone that created a fake Instagram of me, right?
Oh, I've never
He was messaging my family, and the only reason I know it's someone that I know, cause he banned me and banned my second Instagram account. So it's someone who knows me and knows my accounts.
Yeah, of course. Who the fuck would wanna make an Instagram to have to be you? That sounds terrible.
But it's like, why the fuck are they trying to message my family? So the only one person that I know could have done it, he lives right down the street.
Just me. I'll do it again, fat boy.
Wait, is that?
I'm so mad.
An autoclick?
If I didn't have have one that right there. Once I shift click, it automatically buys it. And I'm so mad I didn't get that guy's stand. He had 38 for a mil. So sad.
Oh yeah, that's what the guy that I'm 100% sure they did it. It's some kid that lives down the street. He was an ex friend of mine. Me and Royal just ran into him like, I don't even know how long ago exactly. So I'm not sure if that like piqued his interest to trying to do that to me. Which my family was like, nigga, that's not you, because we have history. And then when I click on your profile, if you ask me some weird shit, you have 3 followers. Like, I obviously know it's not you.
I'm laughing because I'm just imagining they went like your mama's DM's like, Mom, I'm trying to buy my girlfriend a bra. Can you send me a picture of your titties so I can get a comparison? I don't know what type of bra she needs. It's funny because I'm not talking about my mom, I'm talking about yours.
No, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, your mom is Gorgeous.
Dumb bitch.
Dumb.
See, you shit on my mom. I'm gonna join in. Yeah, for sure. And she's stupid.
Boom. You start stomping around with me.
No, you've had enough. You do more than enough damage stopping her.
Wow. Dude, I am not petty for you to be talking to me like that.
Who?
3 shitty? 3 poopy?
Asked.
Dude, you really got me. You. Holy.
I miss such a velvety pussy. Sorry, I lied.
You got me so good, I ought to come my way with you.
I need a way to make money without having to do this. I need to find more people that play Skyblock that quit playing Pet Sim but have items.
It's crazy when I threw you the idea of making a couple 300-400. You were like, dude, I'm not gonna get rid of my shit for $300-400 bucks. Like, if I'm gonna sell it, I'm gonna sell it all. Then text like, hey, I got items. Give me.
Oh shit. Shit, you want some Skyblock items? You give me some Pet Sim shit?
It's just crazy. I was trying to.
I mean, I can end stream and we can discuss it.
I'm break with you. It's too late now. These motherfuckers don't message me ever.
Oh, you talking about the avatar shit? Kill yourself.
Whoa.
Oh my bad. I meant kill yourself.
Wait, did you think I wanted to get some shit?
Yeah, you got me all excited. Fuck you.
You fool. You know, whenever I got rid of my shit, they're like, hey, by chance, maybe you got some more? Or no, they asked me for my account. And they asked, like, do I have shit? I'm like, no, I don't really got anything. He's like, but I got someone who can give me their shit, and I'll add it on. And that's when I messaged you, and I was like, hey, I'll just pay you.
You know what, Dale, you right.
Yeah, well,
we could do it again. You still got your items? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You don't even have your items.
Do what again?
We can go find someone. We can put our shit together. You just gotta have your items still.
I do have my items. My soul-bounded items in my account.
Shit.
I have a bunch of shit still that's soul-bounded, and my account's still worth something, so they were like, but I want coins on the side, because the armor sets that I do have soul-bounded, they're not, like, all that good. But at least my weapon is there.
Man, you just like
and that's
talk.
why I was like,
You love talking, huh?
I was like, hey, me and Chink can make some bread right now.
You call him Chink?
Me and Chink?
Whoa, why did you just say that? I gotta end stream.
I feel depressed now. I gotta end the stream.
I talk to you, gotta think that your dumbass sister's fucking first day at school outfit looks stupid as hell.
That's what you're gonna wear?
Like,
No, why? Alright, let's go. And then, dude, you made it worse on top. You were just, why you gotta make fun of her goofy ass dumbass outfit? I was like,
you say that like I forced you to shit talk your own sister.
no, but after my shit talk, then you added it on. But
Oh,
she felt
yeah.
even worse. Like, damn, is it a dumbass outfit?
Oh yeah, absolutely, it's funny.
And the outfit wasn't even that bad. I just thought she was gonna wear some jeans, and it was actually a skirt. But it was a skirt made out of jeans, so.
Oh yeah, you gotta excommunicate her from the family. What the fuck? Yeah. There's no way we got the same mama. Cause I wouldn't dress that retarded, ever.
I'll drip on another level.
I'm
You on another level? Mama.
pussy.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't even know why my mom approved that outfit. To be honest, because I'm pretty sure, like the day before. That's why I was also asking her. Was because the day before, my mom was like telling her what to wear, what not to wear, what to put together. And I swear I had seen a whole nother outfit the day before, and I was like, "Are you wearing that? What happened with the other outfit?"
You gay as hell, so you know how to throw. You must have anger issues, Del. You know how to throw a fit. Is this thing on? Hello?
Shut up. What's the other one? My closet must be bipolar.
Yeah, I'm gonna be throwing fits. Yeah, but yours, you always say, man, I must be sucking dick from the back the way I be coming out the closet.
What? You Chandler.
Chandler.
No, don't say that.
Good. An actual Hispanic, I like to see. What up, Jafet?
Hey, look at my picture. What do you call these, Chandler? Have you ever? I'm pretty sure you've seen these before.
I'm not looking at no shit from Discord on stream.
No, it's nothing bad. Look, maybe Jafet knows. I think he'll know, but I don't know if you know.
You give me banned? Oh, wait, what?
You know what these are? And then they turn into like.
No, I've always wondered that. What the fuck are those? That shit is not even bubbling. You a pussy.
No, but no, this shit is hot as fuck. Look how fast they're fucking growing. And I don't want the fucking shit to splash on me, so.
Yeah, you already got enough grease up on that forehead of yours. Oh, I've seen them Mexican chips. Dang, Jafet said y'all making those straight off the plantation. I don't know if you heard that.
Straight off the plantation.
So what is it? Just chips?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't know what's in them or how they grow into this. That's what I was trying to see if you maybe knew.
See, that's why I always think your people are retarded. Why not just buy chips?
Just buy them, fucking retard.
Yeah. Trying to make shit from scratch, you look retarded.
Maybe just broke as fuck right now.
Yeah.
And some fucking dumbass is like, hey, can you send me money? Because I want to dress up on Roblox. I'm like, I'm not going.
Yeah, it's crazier how that person has, like, better drip than you.
Shut the fuck.
I mean,
okay.
It's great.
Honest question, right? If a baby was to be in the woods, how tall would it grow?
Alright. Smartest Mexican over here. It's your representation, but also, I'm not letting somebody try to talk about what type of avatar I'm trying to make when you got a dumbass sister wearing jean skirts.
No. I don't care about the avatar you're making.
Yeah.
You're asking me for money.
Yeah, ask everyone for money. You ain't special. At least the other people I ask, they get booty pics and dick pics in return. I get shit for free from you. You a whole hoe.
Oh, so like that.
Go send this. I was about to quote you. I'm glad I stopped.
Hey, baby, you got my money.
Alright. Seriously. Is it because I don't... Wait, I'm retarded. That's it.
What?
I'll have Economy Master 99 on this account. I just really.
That's why you're getting fucking random items.
Or that's why I'm not getting these bags. Venom machine, venom machine, venom machine, venom machine. Automatically buy venom. I'm mad I didn't do the RNG event on this account specifically. I should have.
Yeah, it's actually nice to get a bunch of bundles and then open them all, and then now just have a bunch of extra shit. But at the same time, even if you have a bunch of accounts, selling all of those bundles are worth a good amount.
Well, see, I wasn't even thinking of it like that. I was thinking of it in the sense of like, making an account have vertical mastery. Oh yeah. I just turned it off. My fault. I meant to do that earlier, but I didn't give a shit of Dell. Or not.
Turn off what?
Exactly.
The noise suppression? Orale, orale.
Oh, you gay.
Dude, I was working on my car for a few hours today, dude. I'm fucking tired out from being in the garage all fucking heated up.
And your garages. There's a color conditioner down the whole.
Alright. Why would you make those jokes? 'Cause, I mean, someone's car is at least working today.
Delir listen. Delir don't like Mexican. Not listen to. Actually, no, Jafet do. Or, that's right. You do listen to Peso Flu. Huh?
Yeah, I can't stand anything Hispanic, Mexican. This is America. Learn English. English only.
Speak English.
You can, like, I mean, obviously, I think we've been talking for a while now. But do you think I have an accent? Like, are you able to tell that still?
Yeah.
I got two things. I either sound white, or people automatically know I'm Mexican. Or Hispanic. I don't know what.
Only people that think you sound white are people that are praying you. They're like, please don't be. Hope he wasn't being serious.
No. Sometimes I'll just be playing Val. I'll be talking. I'll tell people what to do, and then someone say, "Shut up, white, this and that," and I'm like, I'm not even white. Why do I sound white? And other people immediately, dude, we got a fucking Mexican in the call. Orderly. I was thinking about that one conversation we were having about if if you've ever dealt with racism. I was like, no, because Where I'm from, I don't think I have it.
I think I've ever dealt with racism personally. But I've definitely seen prejudice against white people.
Well,
Which is funny
I
because the only time I see it, it's against white people I think are annoying. So, also good shit, Gennaro.
I'm like experiencing it at work right now. I'm noticing people will do the same shit I fuck up on, but I get written up. And this past week, me and my coworker, a white coworker, were late from coming back to work. My boss, he's black, and the supervisor is black. Me and the coworker were both late 15 minutes on our break, but we came back early on our lunch because we're like, yeah, we did fuck up, my bad. This black guy came back 7 minutes late from his break and 8 minutes late from his lunch. Nothing. They didn't do nothing to him.
Yeah, because you
And I was
you
like,
doubled
what?
the amount of time of being late. Honestly, they should
Yeah,
punch
but
you
no,
twice as much.
no, but still, even if he was a minute, 2 minutes late, they do get on our ass. But I was like, he was 7 minutes, like more than 5 minutes late. Then, hey, talk to him. Another 5 minutes late on the second time, he's doing it on purpose.
Some
And he
people
didn't get on.
like he has that guy that the black employee guy, has he been there longer?
No, shorter time.
They probably
Shorter, shorter time. But even in his first week, he already got written up for something else wrong that he did. So I know the not in every situation though, like just let him slide. No, he's been written up before. But all of a sudden, when it was me and that one coworker, and I was gonna tell her like, is that either you're like trying to target us because we've been got like shit talk throughout the whole time that I've been here. Maybe like it only started like 2 months after I started. They were trying to like test me, see if I would get away with shit, and I'm like, dude, this job's easy as fuck. I'm not fucking it up. And then she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna write you up. You guys were late." I'm like, "He was late. I'll look into that."
oh,
I'm
so
like,
you
"What?"
a snitch. Yeah, I hope you get fired.
No, cause she was in the lunchroom when it happened. She knew what time he went to break, and she didn't tell the boss. So I was like, "You're a supervisor, not telling the main boss like what happened. Like, so you're leaving out information, or you're just racist, and you're not trying to do us all equal."
Hmm. See, personally, I just hate everybody I work with because obviously I'm the best thing on God green earth when I'm in the building. So honestly, I'm blessing them with my presence. How much longer on that? Hour and a half.
They can't even complain.
Well, it's not even that for you, Jafet. It's just the fact most of Miami is just Hispanic. I feel like I don't know. Even though y'all's senator is racist as fuck, and retarded. That boy tried to sue Disney, and Disney's like, yeah, nah. Tried to sue Disney, and Disney was like, yep, we're leaving Florida then. He's like, wait, no, that's not what I wanted.
Disneylandia.
Yeah, his Florida Senator Rob DeSantis is retarded. I didn't even realize, but South Carolina right there. I didn't even realize that South Carolina and Florida are one of two states where you can't talk about, or you can't teach a class that has regarding Black history, which is stupid. The reason it's stupid is because, like, wow, wouldn't want these poor white kids to know what their fucking ancestors used to do.
Wait, they don't want to teach Black history?
Like, if there's a class specifically on it, you can't teach it anymore.
That's good.
No, it isn't.
It should just be American history, not nigga history.
I'm gonna just block you soon, honestly.
What?
Fuck is your problem? How are you gonna talk about American history without talking about racism? Are you? Oh, you dumb.
You just said it's a certain class to only talk about racism?
It's African American history.
Yeah, it's American history. Just talk about it in history class.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't talk about that shit in regular classes because South Carolina and Florida are rewriting education books to not show, like, literally, South Carolina, and it's probably Jafet too because he's in Florida, a lot of shit that happened to black people during slavery or even civil rights, we did not learn about. Like, they purposely didn't teach us because a bunch of white people would have gotten upset that they have to learn what white people used to do back in the day. Hold on, let me see Jafet.
That's what I have a theory of as well. Is if you tell people, did you know saying the F slur is a bad slur? Do not say it. Ooh, alright. So, fuck. So now you taught them what was the bad word, now they're doing it to be bad. If you're teaching kids that saying the hard R is bad, they're just gonna want to say it. They're like, oh, so that hurts them? That offends them? Okay, I'll just say the hard R.
Only retarded children would think that way, Dell. I don't know if you knew that, but...
Yeah, that's why there's a bunch of retarded kids, and the main retarded kids are the ones saying the N-word.
Oh, that's why you say it all the time. That makes sense. I get it now.
Yeah, yep.
Like I said, a lot of the reason the shit needs to be taught, specifically when it comes to regarding African American history, is the fact this happened.
American history.
And-
American history.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to fucking tell. Holy shit, you pissed me
But
off.
you're just saying it as African American. It's not theirs. It's not theirs. It was ours. We. Like,
Ours?
I guess
You
as
are
in
Mexican!
white. As in whites.
You are Mexican!
As in a union group.
Oh,
Pilgrims.
yeah, the
So we're gonna
racist
say
people.
Pilgrim history.
Yeah, the racist people. The people that came and killed indigenous individuals because they're racist.
But it's just history. We're not gonna say Indian history, and then we're not gonna specify Black
Yeah,
history.
but guess...
And mark down each.
You pissing me off. You
year.
pissing me off. Because in these African American study classes, they go deeper into what actually happened in regards to African American history because they don't teach it fully in regular schools. What are you not getting, Del?
But we passed that, bro. It's done. Let's learn more shit.
No! If you...
Fuck
Yeah, you have a good one, Del. Del pissed me the fuck off. He's genuinely retarded. Well, Jafet, the funny thing is, you and I don't even have to worry about that because our states are literally the two states that have banned African American history classes. So, our states are the only two states that have banned that. So, you can no longer take those classes. That I'm right. Yeah, you're right. You are the biggest retard. You have your own prejudice against people that ain't done nothing to you. Making up a theory somebody racist to you. At work. You just retarded. Yeah, they're getting rid of that though. That's the thing. They getting rid of that. But like they don't teach you shit about like how slave owners would go in and rape the women slaves. That's why a lot of people, like even Kamala Harris, her great grandfather was a slave owner. Yeah, and when I'm telling you African American history is American history, it's just more in depth. You're like, like I said, I ain't arguing with you about it, Dell. You retarded. And picking who to blame. Dog. African Americans shouldn't even been here. Yeah, exactly. But specifically, I'm not talking about you, Dell. You and Royal were probably jacking each other off smoking weed in high school, so you don't even remember any of this. And like I said, it's gonna... Like, did they teach you in schools that a lot of, the women that, like, women slaves that worked in house were actually, they would actually breastfeed the woman's child in there as one of the jobs? How a lot of the girls would actually go down and have sex with the slaves, and when she got caught, blame them, and then they'd get killed. If you send me a video, I'm not watching it. You can suck a dick. I ain't watching nothing that you sent me. I'll find another video on here. You are about to piss me off, Dell. RFK Jr., baby. Absolutely not. I'm not watching anything.
It was a crisp autumn day in Central Park when a woman by the name of Florence Slatkin made a disturbing discovery.
The discovery of a black bear.
You know, you're right, Dell. I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna ban you first.
By a dog walker just a few feet from Central Park's main jogging and bike path today was alarming and strange.
The Upper West Side resident was out walking her dog, Paco, when the two came across what appeared to be a dead bear cub sprawled out under some bushes, its head resting firmly on top of a bicycle wheel. It was a mystifying sight, considering the bike was left abandoned and bears have not been known to roam Manhattan since at least the 1600s. This happened in 2014, so the only place you could find a bear around that area would have been the Central Park Zoo, who confirmed to police that none of their animals had gone missing, which only left
But yeah, Jafet, the reason you ain't... Like, are they actually teaching the class, or did you just say... I mean, the thing is just like... The reason I would suggest you, specifically, Jafet, try to learn more about it is because you and I come from states where they actively censor what really happened. They probably aren't, Jafet, because they just passed a law where it's illegal, or they aren't allowed to do those type of classes anymore in our states.
investigators with even more questions. An autopsy quickly confirmed it was struck and killed by a car, but there was no explanation for how the cub actually got there. As one expert told the New York Times a decade ago, bears are not going to go.
How do you take an elective and they say no? I didn't know that.
Through a city, if it's not continuous green space from wherever it came from to Central Park, it seems unlikely that the bear got lost and wandered there, concluding it must have been killed someplace else before being dumped off at the park. The most glaring question of all, though, was who could have staged such an unnecessary and depraved scene involving a deceased baby animal? Well, after a decade of speculation, we have our culprit.
And that woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it. A young bear. So
Attempting to get ahead of an
Oh.
upcoming article, independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. uploaded the video to Twitter confessing to scooping up the young cub's body after the car in front of him had apparently hit and killed it. Upon pulling over, Kennedy determined the body was in such good condition, in fact, that he made plans to skin the animal and keep its meat in his freezer. After all, that's where he keeps the rest of his roadkill he collects. What an amazing treasure trove of smells that has to be. Only, he wasn't exactly able to get home fast enough. After all, he was already on his way to a falconry event, couldn't miss that, and had a big expensive dinner planned in Manhattan later that night. Before he knew it, time had gotten away from him, and he was suddenly stuck with a dead bear rotting in the back of his car shortly before he needed to catch a plane. Which, if I had to imagine, it can't be easy trying to squeeze a cadaver into an overhead bin. Kennedy needed to get rid of this thing fast, so he and his not-so-sober buddies at the time decided it would be a great little bit to stage a biking accident with the corpse. He says cyclists had apparently been receiving a lot of negative press at the time and hoped that whoever found the body would laugh and get a big kick out of it. Somehow. I mean, does anyone actually believe a bicycle could kill a bear anyway? This is the kind of prank you would expect from a group of frat kids that get kicked out of college, not a 60-year-old aristocrat and his rich friends.
we went hawking and I had the bear in my car. And then we had a really good day.
What is up with his voice? Actually, I never actually saw this. I actually didn't listen to it, but
And we went late. We were catching a lot of game, and the people really loved it. So we started going back to my home in Westchester. I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner at Peter Luger's Steakhouse. It went late, and I realized I couldn't go home. I had to go to the airport.
In his cinematic
my favorite is the caption, "Looking forward to seeing how you spin this one at New York Times." Like, dog, what do you mean how they're gonna spin it? They're gonna say it verbatim. Yo, this motherfucker picked up a dead baby bear and put it in Central Park.
telling of this fateful night, Kennedy spares us no detail. I mean, he's sitting in a kitchen with Roseanne Barr, of all people.
My pronouns are kiss my...
Describing an event that I'm sure plenty of regular, working-class American voters won't have any trouble relating to or understanding. Scraping a dead bear carcass off the side of the road that you plan to eat only after you've allowed it to marinate in your sweltering hot car for 7 hours is a pretty universal experience, I think. It is pretty fun to play around with the decaying animal remains if your last name happens to be Dahmer. Even taking the opportunity to pose for a cute little photo with his finger in its mouth that I'm not gonna risk showing you here for obvious reasons. If nothing else, this story does recontextualize these RFK Jr. themed teddy bears he's been selling on his website since April. It's pretty rare that you have a situation come full circle like this. When Tatiana Schlossberg wrote this initial article for the Times back on October 7th, 2014, my 15th birthday, I doubt she could have imagined the culprit to be her own cousin. Yeah, the person who broke this story 10 years ago is JFK's granddaughter. These people are related. The Kennedys are everywhere, which might be unfortunate for bears, but that also means the country at large.
That's the opposite for me. I think I'm on I on and off slept for like 12 hours. I don't know why either.
Has been unable to escape this man's absolutely ripped physique for the duration of a campaign that has proven to be nothing short of an absolute trip. If you've been paying any attention at all to this unprecedented, at times horrifying ride of an election cycle, then you're probably already somewhat familiar with RFK Jr.'s shenanigans, let's call them. These shenanigans are, of course, known to include, but are not limited to, 9/11 trutherism, linking school shootings to antidepressants, asserting Wi-Fi is connected to cancer, being accused of sexual assault and eating a dog but only denying the eating a dog thing, having literal worms in his brain, and spreading so much misinformation on vaccines that he has since been associated with a fatal measles outbreak on the island of Samoa.
Also, he believes in chemtrails too, which is one of the most retarded theories ever. If you don't know what chemtrails are, but it's when basically, you know how you'll randomly see a like planes in the air constantly? These people believe that they're dropping chemicals from the air to control a population. And that's what he believes.
With all of this combined, it's no wonder he's been the subject of so many bizarre headlines. For the most part, RFK Jr. is like a weird specter looming in the background of a...
Which is why I think it's funny that Trump supporters are like, yo, this is the best thing that could have happened whenever he's a part of Trump's campaign. Which is funny as well, because he's going to be on the environment part of the government if Trump were to win, but he's not. I genuinely cannot see any chance in hell Trump wins. I'm being so dead serious. Like, the amount of terrible shit he's done even recently, absolutely not.
Nasty showdown that sees Donald Trump and Kamala Harris at its center. Above everything else, we know that whoever takes the White House this November, it will not be RFK Jr. But with the numbers he's managed to pull, which are actually impressive for a third-party candidate, or at least that was the case for a little while before he dropped out and endorsed Trump. But because he'll be remaining on the ballot in so many states, it's hard for me to say his presence won't bear any consequence on the electoral outcome whatsoever, pun very much intended. And I think because of this, along with his shameless attempts to weasel his way into the cabinet of whoever wins, it's worth taking a closer look at his policies and background. And I can promise you that after countless painstaking hours of research that have included watching him spew randomized buzzwords at Joe Rogan for a prolonged period of time and in seemingly no particular order,
Wi-Fi radiation does all kinds of bad things, including causing cancer.
Wi-Fi radiation causes cancer.
From your cell phone. I mean, there's cell phone tumors.
And this is the guy Joe Rogan was promoting for president, too, after he came on his podcast and said that fucking Wi-Fi gives you cancer.
Wi-Fi radiation opens up your blood-brain barrier, And so all these toxins that are in your body can now go into your brain.
How does Wi-Fi radiation open up your blood-brain barrier?
Yeah, now you're going beyond my expertise.
Kennedy is even more of an enigma than I had originally thought. Such an unusual trajectory, though, might lend itself to the fact that he's lived a life that is far from normal. Kennedy has spent his entire 70 years on this planet in the limelight because, well, he's a fucking Kennedy. His father, the Attorney General, and his uncle, the President, were only slightly important people. Even today, the Kennedys are seen as American royalty. RFK Jr. descends from a long line of political leaders spanning as far back as the early 1900s, and with that extensive lineage comes a lot of notoriety. This is a family wrought by scandal after scandal, tragedy after tragedy. Entire articles have been compiled online documenting their long history of untimely deaths and calamities. There's even a term for this phenomenon, the Kennedy curse, coined shortly after then-Senator Ted Kennedy drove his Oldsmobile off a bridge, plunged into a river, and killed a secretary, effectively tanking his chances of ever winning the presidency when it was revealed he waited 10 hours to report the young woman's death to authorities. When you look back at the Camelot mythos, you find no shortage of controversy.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
But that hasn't stopped them from pursuing careers in public service right up to the modern era. Take, for example, JFK's only grandson, Jack Schlossberg, a 31-year-old Harvard graduate who currently works as the sole political correspondent for Vogue, in between singing along to Charlie XCX on TikTok. My favorite thing about Jack Schlossberg is anytime he tries to talk about serious political issues, which is, you know, his job, the comment section is just filled to the brim with whatever you say, beautiful, blah, blah, blah. I told my parents about us. No one actually cares what he's saying. They just want to look at his face and hear him do goofy voices.
The devil you know is heaps better than the devil you don't know.
Imagine if you could go back in time and tell the 35th president of the United States that in the year 2024, his only grandson has carried on the family legacy by doing this.
Everybody get down if you feel me, put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down if you feel me, put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down if you feel me, put your hands up to the ceiling. Hey, Mr. DJ, somebody read me.
Truly the people's princess. But Jack isn't the only Kennedy to stand out among the 105 living relatives who make up the sprawling.
Does that say Chris Pratt? Wait, time out. Time out. Time out.
Only Kennedy to stand out among the 105.
Chris Pratt's a part of the Kennedys? What? Okay. Cool, I guess.
Living relatives who make up the sprawling Catholic dynasty today. One of the most currently talked about members of the Kennedy clan is of course the subject of this video, RFK Jr., who spent most of his childhood in Virginia at the luxurious Hickory Hill estate, which has been depicted as somewhat of an extension of the Kennedy White House. It's where his uncle and father would do a lot of their work when they weren't on Capitol Hill, described by one frequent visitor as a wild mixture of a children's playground, upbeat discotheque, and a humming political headquarters. Filled to the brim with all kinds of different animals, this is where RFK Jr. would develop a love of falconry, his father buying him his very first hawk as a way to cheer him up after the 11-year-old injured his leg jumping off a roof. From everything I've read, Hickory Hill was a sort of utopia for the Kennedy children, an oasis for them to escape the media's constant hounding, serving as the perfect backdrop to an idealistic childhood that many would be lucky to experience. Tragically, however, that reality wouldn't last forever.
CBS News special report on the California primaries. Here is Walter Cronkite.
The polls have just closed in California's presidential primary, and a special CBS News survey of voters leaving the polling places indicates that Senator Robert F. Kennedy is leading solidly in the Democratic race with almost 50% of the vote.
At around midnight on June 5th, 1968, presidential hopeful Robert F. Kennedy Sr. gave a speech at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. He had just officially won the coveted California primary, trouncing his main rival Eugene McCarthy and vowing to continue fighting all the way up to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where an official nominee was to be crowned that August.
My thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago and let's win there.
Kennedy was fatally shot only a few moments after this clip. The gunman, by the name of Sirhan Sirhan, had ambushed the senator in a kitchen just seconds after he left the podium. As he was shaking hands with voters, multiple shots rang out, and Kennedy slumped to the ground. Chaos ensued as panicked supporters and journalists tried to make sense of what had just occurred.
That was the exact moment that the shots were fired, at least 6 shots, according to the reports we have. Fired at Senator Kennedy, Paul Schradi, other people on the speaker's platform, obviously.
I don't know how I'd react if, like... Actually, I do know, because we kind of almost had that with Trump. That's got to weigh heavy on him. Not even the fact he was almost assassinated, but just the fact that he knows that more than half the country was making fun of him and wishing he would have gotten shot.
Pandemonium erupted.
Kennedy was rushed to the Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was pronounced dead the following day. This event not only altered the course of American history, but was obviously hugely consequential to the Kennedy family. His 13-year-old son, David, was up late past his bedtime that night, watching the speech alone from a hotel room where he witnessed his father's murder on live television. According to reports, nobody checked in on him until 3 hours later, being found with the TV still on, unable to speak. Now, it's important to note here that RFK Jr. does not agree with the government's conclusion of events from that night. He once spoke to Sirhan face-to-face in prison and is adamant that he could not have been the only shooter. In fact, he's gone so far as to call the man innocent, even advocating for his parole, which California Governor Gavin Newsom struck down in 2022. Kennedy finds it hard to believe that anyone who reads the autopsy report would come away thinking that Sirhan, who was standing in front of his father, could have fired the shot that killed him, which entered his head from behind his ear at point-blank range. Authorities, of course, have countered this by insisting his head was turned at the time of the gunshots. You see, Kennedy is of the belief that his father was assassinated by a bodyguard standing directly behind him, claiming the man was a CIA operative and pointing to the fact that there was no real trial for Sirhan. But that's where we've got to take a pause, because if we were here to discuss all the juicy details of the Kennedy assassinations, this video would be about 6 hours long. There are so many factors that would need to be included in order to paint an accurate picture of what happened, and we've already got enough on our plate for now. But I have to admit, it is enthralling to entertain, and it sure isn't out of character for the CIA to handle a world leader. And I see why RFK Jr. has made the assassinations of his uncle and father such a vital point of his campaign. But speculating on the true killers of RFK and JFK doesn't quite put the general public at risk in the same way his other theories do. And trust me, we'll get to those in a little while. What we do know is that RFK Jr. had flown in from his boarding school to be with his dad the day he died. This was an especially painful tragedy for him, considering how close he always was to his father compared to his mother, Ethel, writing in a 2018 memoir that her exceptional qualities were mainly invisible to me as a child, and noting that from my angle, her love didn't always feel unconditional. Coming from such a politically active family, it's hard for me to imagine he didn't feel pressured to carry on the Kennedy legacy in some capacity, especially in the immediate aftermath of his father's murder. As Vanity Fair writer Joe Hagan pointed out, of all Bobby Sr.'s children, the namesake son was considered the most promising dynastic heir. Square-jawed and twinkly-eyed, he looked and sounded the most like his father. Hagan also brought up an old quote from JFK's former roommate at Harvard, Lem Billings, who had become pretty close to the young Kennedy after the assassinations. "Everywhere a boy like Bobby looks," he said, "there are footprints, all deeper than his own."
I started doing drugs after my dad died.
Okay, to try to cope with the loss.
Oh, who knows? I mean, I feel honestly that I was born an addict.
I'm not voting for somebody that was on Vlad TV. You can get the fuck out my face. The last person I want to ever be president is someone that has been interviewed on Vlad TV. I'm sorry. I do not want to see what
And that, you know, I would have, no matter what happened, I probably would have gone that way. But who knows? You know, you can't, there's no way to reconstruct that.
RFK Jr. has been incredibly upfront about his drug addiction that began when he was just 15, a year after the tragedy. Throughout the rest of his teens and 20s, Kennedy would struggle with a crippling substance addiction that included meth, speedballs, and mostly heroin. His addiction wasn't helped by Billings, who writer David Horowitz said would often accompany Kennedy on trips to shady areas of Harlem to score heroin. In his 1984 book, The Kennedys, an American Drama, Horowitz also includes testimony from a woman named Jennifer Jacobson, who dated Kennedy's cousin Chris while the boys were in college. Of the young men's addiction, she stated, Christopher and Bobby, RFK Jr., liked heroin, but they'd settle for a cupful of Valium, some Percodins, or whatever else was there. Drugs were obsessive. There was a desperate need to escape. Most of us who do dope just want to leave our lives behind. You got the feeling that whatever they said, they wanted to leave their whole ancestry behind. A 1984 edition of Playboy magazine also touched on this as well, describing how Bobby, Chris, and David would sometimes panhandle for money at Grand Central Station to buy drugs. David reportedly telling the magazine it was great just being ordinary people and not Kennedys. Playboy also reported that it was Bobby who introduced his younger brother David to heroin. According to RFK Jr. biographer Jerry Oppenheimer, Kennedy not only force-fed LSD to his pet parakeet growing up, but he also forced David to trip on the psychedelic mescaline. Oppenheimer writes that when David started hallucinating, he
I don't want to hear a book from Oppenheimer. You bombed Japanese people.
became convinced that his brother was dying in front of him, screaming, "You're dying just like Daddy." On April 25th, 1984, David Kennedy would be found dead of a drug overdose in a Palm Beach hotel room at 28 years old. This was also soon after the family had reportedly turned on David for airing out their dirty laundry to the media, according to a recent Vanity Fair piece. RFK Jr. himself suffered an overdose in September 1983, becoming violently sick in an airplane restroom and being charged with 1 count of heroin possession in South Carolina, garnering national headlines considering.
Dog. Imagine overdosing, waking up from overdosing, they charge you with having drugs. Like, bitch, I almost died. Fuck you. Matter of fact, give me back the drugs. I'll finish the job this time.
Kennedy was the assistant Manhattan district attorney at the time, despite failing the bar twice. After 15 years of on and off using, this was a pivotal moment in the 29-year-old's life, attempting to move past these dark times by going to rehab and spending his 1,500 hours of court-mandated community service volunteering at an environmental group called the National Resources Defense Council. This is where Kennedy would finally begin to feel a sense of purpose. For once in his life, he actually found fulfillment in holding big polluters accountable. Working pro bono for a time, Kennedy fought to clean up lakes and riverways by shining a spotlight on illegal dumping, ironic, and advocating on behalf of Native Americans fighting for the conservation of their land, even being arrested with actress Daryl Hannah in 2013 for opposing the Keystone Pipeline, which is in stark contrast to potentially lying about being attacked by an indigenous tribe in 1976. Emphasis on it potentially, because there really is no way for me to officially verify this next claim other than just telling you who said what. According to what Kennedy told journalists many decades ago, he and his cousin Chris were whitewater rafting when they were ambushed by a tribe. He says an arrow pierced one of their canteens and narrowly missed his cousin's leg. As Kennedy scrambled to find more arrows to retaliate with, Chris heroically pulled out a random stick of dynamite that I guess he just had on him conveniently, lighting the stick and throwing it at the tribe. It blew, shooting water 30 feet in the air and sending their attackers running for the hills. Only, as the Huffington Post recently put it, this recollection appears to be wildly exaggerated or entirely made up, comparing Kennedy's story to a similar but less cinematic incident from Chris's 2005 memoir, where Chris wrote of arrows being shot in their general direction by a drunken tribe on the shore, which is only a little less grandiose than fighting back with explosive materials like Looney Tunes, but even Chris's recollection is up for debate. See, Huffington Post quoted another one of Bobby's Kennedy's friends, Blake Fleetwood, who claimed to be on the trip as well, telling the Washington Post in 1984 that the water was calm all day and no such attack ever occurred, going on the record all the way back then that Kennedy's claim was just fantasy. Strangely, for whatever reason, the Kennedy campaign has still not responded to questions from the Huffington Post. Somehow, though, this isn't even the wildest story to come out of Kennedy's surreal fever dream of a personal life. No, not even close. Kennedy's arsenal doesn't stop at just dynamite, evidently. No, it turns out he also likes to use chainsaws to decapitate beached whales. This fun little tidbit comes from his own daughter, Kick Kennedy, who recently told Town and Country magazine that when she was a kid, she remembers her father learning of a whale that had washed up nearby, slicing off its head and bungee cording it to the roof of the family minivan before taking it back to their home in New York, which was 5 hours away. Recalling how every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was just the rankest thing on the planet. We had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Normal day-to-day stuff? What the fuck is this family? I mean, if this is just now coming to light, imagine what all we still have yet to learn about. Regardless, Kennedy's environmental activism throughout the 1980s is what largely legitimized him, if you ask Alex Boyle, a student who worked with the young lawyer on several projects at Riverkeeper, a patrol group that monitored and reported polluters on the Hudson River, as written in The New Yorker, which also noted that Kennedy began a lucrative speaking career around this time. Throughout the late 80s and 90s, Kennedy was paid 6 figures to travel around the United States, emphasizing the importance of environmental protection. He'd attend all kinds of charity events and fundraisers well into the 2000s, which he documented extensively in his own personal diary. But mind you, these weren't the only stories he'd record in that diary.
In 1994, you married Mary Kathleen Richardson. According to reports, it said that she had found a personal journal of yours where you had written down.
Why is one of his eyes lower than the other one? I don't like that. That's gonna fuck with me now. I don't like that. He needs to fix it.
Various encounters, sexual encounters with 37 different women. And that possibly triggered her to take her own life. Would you care to comment on that at all?
Yeah.
What Vlad is talking about here is a 2013 report from the New York Post, which revealed Kennedy's habit of documenting the names of his many mistresses in a journal, referring to his greatest defect being his lust demons. This diary was discovered by his late wife, Mary Richardson, who also found additional messages of him sexting other women in his phone, according to what a friend told the New Yorker. The diary depicted encounters with over 30 different women in 2001 alone, often using vague terminology along with a numerical system that corresponded with different sex acts. The number 10, for example, meant intercourse. The Post reported that 16 of the women named were marked with 10s. Kennedy was traveling all over the continent at the time and recorded a 2, a 3, and a 10 all on the same day in November while attending a celebrity charity event. One woman was named 22 times, meeting up with her 13 days in a row, according to the entries. He also
That's a good woman.
Seems to use the word mugged to say he was seduced by these women, making himself out to be a victim of sorts, as the Post notes, when he writes of being mugged on his way home from a dinner with Leonardo DiCaprio. One entry reads, "I narrowly escaped being mugged by a double team of 2 women. It was tempting, but I prayed, and God gave me the strength to say no." Another entry, dated shortly after September 11th, 2001, states, "Despite the terrible things happening in the world, my life is great. So I've been looking for ways to screw it up. I'm like Adam and live in Eden, and I can have everything but the fruit. But the fruit is all I want." He would mark the days he wasn't unfaithful with the word victory and would tell himself he needed to avoid the company of women. You have to resist their charms. Be humble like a monk. Keep your hands to yourself. Avert your eyes. Throughout most of the infidelity described here, Kennedy's wife of 7 years, Mary, was at home pregnant with their 4th child, which is is probably why, when confronted by the media about the diary in 2013, Kennedy seemed so taken aback. The Post says he sat in stunned silence for 6 whole seconds before finally retorting, "I don't think there is any way you could have a diary or journal of mine from 2001. I don't have any comment on it. I have no diary from 2001." Before, of course, admitting the diary was real to DJ Vlad here a decade later.
The journal that you're talking about is called Your Fifth Step. It was part of my, my recovery.
What is wrong with his voice? I have never listened to him. Because I always knew if he was talking, he was saying some bullshit. What the fuck?
And I kept that gift safe. She put a lot of effort into getting that safe open and then handing that to her sisters with instruction that if anything happened to her, it should be published in the press.
Kennedy's rampant infidelity caused a severe rift in his marriage. The New Yorker described Mary's inability to cope with his sex addiction, as one friend told the publication that Mary believed if he had only gone back into recovery, then maybe their marriage would have been saved. Unfortunately, things did not get better, and they filed for divorce in 2010. During the proceedings, Mary tragically took her own life. Kennedy, as it was reported, had been attempting to get full custody of the kids, and a leaked affidavit from him seemed to depict Mary as an abusive alcoholic who had been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Mary's family, though, strongly rebukes this depiction and the diagnosis, telling Newsweek in 2012 that the affidavit, which Mary repudiated at the time, is full of vindictive lies. This latest piling on is proof perfect of the unbelievable emotional.
Okay, so I just want to clear the air real quick. The leader said he wanted me to watch a video, right? This video is from a Republican news. Hold on.
And psychological abuse that Mary endured during the last years of her life, and now in death. The false claim that Mary suffered from BPD is also an insult to those who do struggle with this serious mental illness. According to writer Maureen Callahan, Kennedy had approached Mary's therapist at one point, asking her to be diagnosed as mentally ill. The therapist refused and reportedly told him, "Your wife isn't mentally ill. She is angry and depressed, but she is not ill." The New Yorker also stated that although Mary's family wanted her remains to be buried near her home in Westchester, Kennedy insisted she be buried at the Kennedy plot in Cape Cod. Mary's family sued, but Kennedy ultimately won, denying his ex-wife's grieving family their final request for their loved one.
From the sounds of this guy, it's probably good that that his whole family got murked, honestly.
In one particularly transparent entry, Kennedy wrote, "After Daddy died, I struggled to be a grown-up. I felt he was watching me from heaven. Every time I was afflicted with sexual thoughts, I felt a failure. I hated myself. I began to lie, to make up a character who was the hero and leader that I wished I was." Later writing, "I have been given everything that I coveted. A beautiful wife and kids and loving family, wealth, education, good health, and a job I love, yet always on the lookout for something I can't have. I want it all. No matter how much I have, I want more." Kennedy isn't the only person in this story, though, who's kept a diary. Eliza Cooney began babysitting for the Kennedys at the age of 23, and in a diary of her own recently obtained by Vanity Fair, Cooney described multiple unwanted sexual encounters with the 44-year-old Kennedy. The first entry, dated November 7th, 1998, reads, "From everything everybody says about the Kennedys, plus their babysitters, they had me worried. Like I have to watch out, be careful. And the other night in the kitchen with Murray, a volunteer for Riverkeeper, I could have sworn Kennedy was touching my leg and hand. It seemed like he thought I was somebody else or wasn't paying attention. Like he would come to every once in a while and snap out of it, or I would move away. It was like he was on something, or really tired, or was missing Mary, or was testing me." Cooney told Vanity Fair that in the back of her mind, she was hoping it wasn't what it actually was. Unfortunately, though, this was not a one-off occurrence. Just a few weeks after this entry, Vanity Fair reports that Cooney discovered Kennedy standing in her bedroom. The diary that contained intimate details about her relationship with her boyfriend was opened on the bed. Kennedy, shirtless, asked if she could rub lotion on his back, the magazine reports. She obliged reluctantly, but soon stopped recording these events in her diary out of fear that he would read them. The third and most horrifying encounter, though, happened a few months later in Kennedy's kitchen, where Cooney says that she was cornered from behind. As written in Vanity Fair, Kennedy came up behind her, blocked her inside the room, and began groping her, putting his hands on her hips and sliding them up along her ribcage and breasts. Finally, being interrupted by a worker who reportedly told Kennedy something to the effect of, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," according to Cooney. You would naturally expect a candidate running for the highest office in the land to address such serious allegations head on, and you would hope that if they were truly innocent of what was being alleged, they would rush to vehemently deny it across the board. But Kennedy hasn't done this. Sure, he's addressed it because he has to, but his response hasn't done much to actually put normal people at ease. If his goal was to exonerate himself of the claims being made against him, I'm gonna say he kind of failed that little mission.
Listen, I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I had a very, very rambunctious youth.
I'm sorry, but youth? Buddy, you were a few years away from qualifying for a full AARP membership. Also, the word rambunctious should never appear anywhere near your response to sexual assault allegations. Why'd you have to throw that in?
I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world.
And to cap off his insane ramblings with "I am who I am" is just the cherry on top.
I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
Well, I guess RFK Jr. is innocent after all, guys. Case closed. As we all know, innocent people always directly refuse to comment on something they didn't do. If you're being accused of a serious crime that you absolutely 100% did not commit, the correct move is to obviously go out of your way to say that you are not commenting on it. But if that doesn't say enough, reports quickly came out that he had actually texted Cooney an apology where he claims to have not remembered the events she described, but is sincerely sorry for any harm he may have caused her. Obviously, Cooney hasn't accepted this. It's a non-apology, or as she put it, disingenuous and arrogant. Telling the Washington Post, "I'm not sure how somebody has a true apology for something that they don't admit to recalling. I didn't get a sense of remorse." And I also just have to say, really not what Kennedy's reputation needed after it had just been reported that he went on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane with his family to go fossil hunting. I don't know how people thought this guy was gonna stand up to the deep state or whatever when he's first of all a Kennedy and has also hung out with the deep state. This guy flew with Ghislaine Maxwell, dude. But not to fear, as he does for every question, Kennedy of course had a marvelous explanation locked and loaded when pressed by Andrew Schultz.
Okay, but give the context obviously to the Epstein thing, because you basically got out ahead of the...
What I run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew good people.
Yeah,
We just
I knew.
Like, hey man, you know you didn't have to tell us any of that, right? I mean, on one hand, I see why some people might appreciate a politician being so open and honest about the skeletons in their closet. You know, the ones that could elect him king of Earth. But I'm not sure how much that transparency actually helps him in this case. Happily telling millions of people that you kicked it with the Avengers of murder and sex crimes is not exactly the part of your past you want to emphasize when you're running for president. The wildest part is he's not even the only presidential candidate this year who once palled around with Epstein, but you can learn more about that in my other videos. If anything, such a bizarre answer just kind of proves his point that maybe he did have part of his brain eaten by a worm. I know people like to jokingly accuse each other of having brain worms on Twitter and stuff, whatever, but RFK Jr. literally had one, at least according to what he said in the 2012 deposition, wherein he tried to use his brain fog to get out of paying child support to Mary, but that's just another fun fun little detail. As he told a judge back then, I have cognitive problems, clearly. I have short-term memory loss, and I have longer-term memory loss that affects me. Attributing this fogginess to a parasite that had crawled into his brain, taken a bite out of it, and died. Kennedy originally thought this spot on his brain was a tumor. Kennedy also informed the judge of an apparent mercury poisoning diagnosis that he attributed to probably eating too much fish. The Times pointing to another quote from the deposition where Kennedy alluded to tuna fish sandwiches taking up a significant portion of his diet. Like, yeah, I mean, that's gonna do it. Rest assured though, Kennedy insisted his brain fog had miraculously dissipated by the time he started running for public office, never treating the brain worm. Kennedy's campaign has responded to concern over the candidate's health by saying, that's a hilarious suggestion given the competition. And I will admit, seeing that this article came out all the way back in May, when his two main competitors weren't exactly beacons of mental fortitude.
I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight?
We need to evolve our institution, drive creative new partnerships.
And there's a shark. There's a shark 10 yards away from the boat.
Certain principles of our international system are sanctified.
You know what I'd do if there was a shark? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
I get why she said that.
What?
I also mean the bar is kind of on the floor here. Still though, as this Times article points out, health experts say the consequences of a brain-eating parasite, along with mercury poisoning, can leave lingering effects on a person that may end up being permanent. That's not always the case, mind you, but it does happen. Now, where he got the worm is beyond my speculation. It could have been anywhere. It's literally anywhere. In high school, he used to play around in piles of dead cows. Yeah, yeah. According to what a friend told biographer Jerry Oppenheimer, next to the school, there was a cow pit where the local dairy farmers threw their dead cows, and it was full of rats. Bobby would take his hawk and go hunting rats in the midst of the rotting cow carcasses. So it could have been from that, or it could have been from the time he took a trip to Peru and contracted dysentery, where, as Oppenheimer also writes, Kennedy ate anything and everything, including boiled rat, pulling out the eyes from the dead rodent's head and popping them into his mouth, which I know is a disturbing mental image, but not any more disturbing than this actual image of Kennedy eating some kind of four-legged animal that was originally reported to be a dog. He has, however, disputed this, claiming it was not a dog, it was a goat, which is not much better in my opinion. It looks rancid. It looks like something from Star Wars. It looks otherworldly, man. Or maybe he got the worm from his disgusting car. I mean, why not? As Olivia Nuzzi wrote, an Intelligencer, nothing could have prepared me for the sight of that thing, talking about his car. Rear view mirrors smashed to bits, seatbelts chewed off, cushions gnawed open, filth and dog hair covering every surface. The death machine smells so bad, I thought I might pass out after about 15 seconds riding shotgun. While Kennedy himself has speculated he got the worm during his travels to South Asia, he has also joked that it might have been from the bear cub. After all, he did stick his hand inside its brain. He's still like, yeah, I'm totally fine, man. Of course I can debate. He even boldly stated he could eat 5 more brain worms and still beat Trump and Biden, saying, and I quote, I feel confident of the result, even with a 6-worm handicap. Now, I don't know about the debate, but he'd certainly destroy any opponent in an eating roadkill competition.
It was very good condition, and it was, and put the meat in my and you can do that in New York State. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill.
RFK Jr. formally joined the 2024 presidential race in April 2023. And in August of this year, a few days before this video was originally scheduled to come out, he dropped out of the 2024 presidential race. Or he kind of did. On the 23rd, Kennedy gave a press conference officially declaring he was not ending his campaign, he was only suspending it, which in this case means he will be removing his name from the ballot in key swing states where he doesn't want to inadvertently help Kamala Harris win. Despite what he always said on the campaign trail, Kennedy went back on his word and endorsed Donald Trump, announcing he will be campaigning with him regularly from now on. I mean, he's so on board with Trump, some Republicans are just straight up pretending he's the new running mate, since Trump's actual running mate, J.D. Vance, is so historically unpopular. Kennedy has previously said he could not be further apart from Trump on governance and philosophies of leadership, someone he called a terrible person and probably a sociopath. I understand politics are messy, but I mean, those are some pretty strong words for a guy that you are now happily standing on stage page with. He said he torpedoed the Constitution. I mean, what happened to those values, dude? Keep in mind, this deliberate attempt to hurt Kamala comes not even a week after he reportedly tried to ask her for a cabinet position. She ghosted him, and now suddenly here we are. Weird how that happens. He still remains on the ballot in a lot of states, and because there is a non-zero chance he may end up the next attorney general or something if Trump wins, the CIA director, who knows, honestly, I think it's still worth exploring what it is Kennedy actually believes in, what his policies have been, and what his campaign looked like up until this point. Because according to the New Yorker, one of the biggest reasons behind his decision to throw his hat in the ring in the first place had to do with the fact that as a presidential candidate, they wouldn't be allowed to silence him. Who this spooky, ambiguous they character is, Kennedy doesn't really tell us, but we'll get to that. First, let's get some of his major policies out of the way. To put it mildly, Kennedy is all over the place. He's extremely tough on the southern border, which is right-wing, while also being the only candidate in the race currently advocating for billions of dollars in reparations for black farmers, which would be left-wing. He's called for an end to the forever wars waged around the planet, while also backing Israel's slaughter of Gaza, questioning the need for even a 6-week ceasefire. He's changed his position on abortion numerous times during the course of this very race, drawing confusion for members of his own staff. Hell, his running mate didn't even know what his position on abortion was until May, before he reportedly flipped his stance again. But let's take a moment here to explore some of the people who make up this campaign, which for the most part is depicted in the media as a who's who of creeps and conspiracy theorists. Allow me to give you a brief overview of all these characters. For starters, you've got Trent Poole, a 37-year-old ballot access consultant working close with the campaign, who was arrested this past April for violently assaulting a 25-year-old woman who he strangled, cutting off her airflow by wrapping his hand around her neck, making it hard for her to breathe, and then striking her in the face with a closed fist, according to what the NYPD told CNN. He was promptly charged with criminal obstruction of breathing and assault. Though standing by their employee, it looks like, the Kennedy campaign told CNN that he tells us that the alleged event never occurred, despite Mediaite also reporting an earlier incident from February of this year, where he was arrested for 4th-degree assault in Seattle. This is a dude that the campaign kinda needs. As Mediaite states, he's been working diligently with the campaign's ballot access director, Nicholas Brana, to get Kennedy on the ballot in all 50 states, which they've just about done. Speaking of Brana, the New Yorker also wrote that 2 years earlier, he was accused of forcing himself onto a female colleague, corroborated by a witness who claimed to have walked in on the alleged assault. The New Yorker also makes sure to clarify that both Brana and Poole have characterized these claims as false and or politically motivated. According to the Wall Street Journal, when a ballot access director by the name of Christine Kramer voiced her concern for Brana hanging around despite the allegation, Kennedy's HR department essentially told her their hands were tied and they couldn't do anything because the alleged event took place before he joined their campaign. As a result of their inaction, Christine began looking for another job. That same Wall Street Journal article, which is based on interviews with over a dozen current and former staffers, includes a myriad of quotes and testimonies from disillusioned members of Kennedy's campaign. One former employee telling the Journal the place was rife with grifters and opportunists, concerned that if someone's going to do that to their campaign, how do I know they won't do that in their administration? Additionally revealing that Kennedy had hired a man named Jamel Hawley, who has literally been charged with ballot tampering in a previous election, and that concerns me. Kennedy wants the keys to the most powerful nation in the world, and he can't even have the basic foresight to not hire staff members with such horrifying rap sheets? At least care about the optics, man, come on! One of his closest advisors, Charles Eisenstein, was being paid 5 figures to work on the campaign, while at the same time reportedly telling aides that he had 1 foot out the door, concerning some staff members who believed certain Kennedy insiders were merely using the candidate for their own personal gain. What they could possibly stand to theoretically gain from a person like RFK Jr. is, to quote Kennedy, beyond my level of expertise. But the internal chaos has led to some pretty eye-catching moments in the tabloids. According to page 6, one Kennedy press dinner from last summer exploded into a farting match between this guy and this guy. When this guy loudly proclaimed climate change to be a hoax, this guy fired back with a barrage of verbal insults, calling him fucking insane and insignificant, to which this guy retaliated by, and I quote, ripping out a loud, prolonged fart while yelling, "I'm farting." While Page 6 was unable to confirm whether or not he was farting at his opponent personally, or just the prospect of climate change in general, they say one thing was for certain, that the climate changed in the immediate environs of the dinner table. A major common denominator you tend to find with the people Kennedy surrounds himself with is a tendency for them to believe in alternative explanations for the world around us. Conspiracy theories. I'm talking about conspiracy theories. And I don't mean the fun ones like Area 51 or the Denver airport or whatever. I mean the ones that rely on pure fear and are entirely politically motivated. Let's look at Eisenstein first. Again, this guy has worked closely with the Kennedy campaign.
Oh yes, the CIA, a well-respected, very above. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. They go together like peanut butter, jelly, and mountains of cocaine. In the immortal words of Nickelback, "Look at this photograph." Wait, hold on, that's not it. We all just wanna be big rock stars. And that's an understandable sentiment. Being a rock star is basically being a god. You're an archetype, a cultural icon, an American hero, unless you're British. Which way too many of them are, actually, but that doesn't count. British people aren't real. Wake up, sheeple. All any young boy with greasy hair and a nose ring wanted in the latter half of the 20th century was to grab a guitar and provocatively undulate at a million cheering fans who all either wanted to be you, fuck you, or some combination of the two. And of course they wanted that. It's the perfect encapsulation of the American dream. You start off as a dirty, little poor, little disgusting, little absolute waste of society. You're struggling with the very prominent and untreated mental health issues that are the backbone of this country. Maybe your daddy smacks your little hiney every once in a while, burns you with a lit cigar when you forget to set the table, you know, kid stuff. And then one day you're kicking a can down the road and come across a dusty old guitar or like a 2x4 with strings on it or some shit, and through sheer power of will and hairspray, you become rich and famous, a legend. You can do whatever you want, say whatever you want, fuck whatever you want, engage in unprecedented levels of debauchery. You can be an absolute piece of irradiated human garbage, and if you just keep playing that guitar good enough and wear enough eye makeup, everyone's still gonna love you no matter what. And obviously, this kind of life creates some very respectable and well-adjusted members of society. Not! These men were insane. There's no other way to put it. Like, in both the metaphorical and literal sense, I don't think a single one of them didn't have mental health issues. I don't know how any normal person could stay sane in that situation. I mean, you're constantly being watched, anything you do is headline news, you're moving from city to city every night, you're constantly high as Neil Armstrong's balls on July 20th, 1969 on every substance known to man. So when you take a guy who is basically treated as a god, you add mountains of cash, a pinch of mental illness, and a heaping helping of drug abuse, you get some of the weirdest, wackiest, ear-splittingest, bong-hittingest, bat-eatingest, drug-fiendiest, near-missingest, airplane pissiest, car crashiest, hotel smashiest stories you can find. So without any further ado, let's talk about some really rambunctious, rabble-rousing rockers ruining rooms, ravaging wombs, and raiding tombs. And such. You may have heard that Van Halen had a clause in their contract stating that there must be a bowl of M&Ms backstage with absolutely no brown ones in it, or the venue would forfeit all proceeds for the show. Not a single brown M&M allowed in that bowl. No sir, not a smidgen. Not a speck. You may have also heard that if they actually found a brown M&M in there, they would just go absolutely apeshit on their dressing room and kick holes in the walls and break stuff and shit and fart and cry and cum. But listen, all that stuff, all those slanderous rumors, okay, they are all totally true. They did absolutely do all of that. But what you may not know is just why they made such a ridiculous request. Allergies? Candy-based racism? The product of an overinflated narcissistic ego? Well, yeah, I guess on that one a little bit, but mostly it was to make sure that the venue had fully and thoroughly read their contract with the band. You see, Van Halen had one of, if not the biggest and most elaborate stage setups of any band playing at the time. A normal stadium band of a similar popularity had at most 3 18-wheelers full of stuff for their performance. Van Halen had 9. They had ramps and mini stages, a shit ton of speakers, a live rhinoceros probably. I mean, seriously though, like a shit ton of speakers. I mean, look at those. Do those all work? Are they just like decor? How do these men hear? In addition to everything on and backstage, the band also used 890 stage lights. The big ones. You know the ones, those big old thick chonky boys. It's like, lose some weight, dog. Damn, if you're called a light, then why are you so damn heavy, bruh? All these lights combined weighed somewhere between a ton and a fuck ton. And a fuck ton of lights need a fuck ton of strong, handsome, Chadley rafters to hang on without the entire ceiling collapsing like the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001. And obviously, because of the sheer size and complexity of the setup, Van Halen had one of the longest and most in-depth contracts with their venues of any band ever. It was so long that lead singer for the band, David Lee Roth, said that it read like the Chinese Yellow Pages. Which, is that racist? Yeah, like, yellow? Like, the venue had to make sure the floors were sturdy, the girders were girdy, and the girls were flirty, or Eddie Van Halen was gonna get dirty, and someone was gonna get very, very hurty. If the venue fucked up one little thing, then a light could fall and squash somebody flatter than a deaf kid in a train yard, and generally speaking, that is frowned upon. This isn't Looney Tunes. His head wouldn't just get a boner and some stars around it, okay? There's a thing dictionary companies do to make sure that people don't just take their dictionary, slap a different name on it, and pass it off as their own creation. They actually add fake words to their books to catch those dirty little definition thieves red-handed. Words like cock and balls and urinicitory. Adjective. Describes the feeling that you get when someone is giving you a fake piece of information that they just made up as an example, combined with the realization that you are in fact gay. If the company finds another dictionary with that fake word in it, then they know for a fact that that low-down dirty definition dealer is skimming their shit and can slap them with a suit. This is related, I promise. To make sure these venues were reading their Chinese Yellow Pages down to the T, to the Mr. T, Van Halen snuck a sneaky little clause into the Munchies section of their concert rider. 1 bowl of M&Ms. Warning, absolutely no brown ones. This served to provide a very noticeable indicator to the band that the venue they're performing at is either on top of their shit or full of it. No brown M&Ms? Great, enjoy the chocolate, it's time to rock. Yes, brown M&Ms? Fuck, the stage is about to be 9/11. Time to completely destroy this dressing room, which is exactly what they did at a concert for a Colorado college in 1980. They went backstage, found a brown M&M, kicked over tables, shat on the floor, etc. They then went out to perform, and their suspicions proved correct when the stage collapsed, causing $80,000 worth of damages. Fun stuff. Good, family-friendly, fun stuff. Now let's talk about the time Eddie Van Halen drove a tank through Beverly Hills to point a gun at Fred Durst's head.
What?
It's 2001, and critically unacclaimed self-described butt rock group Limp Bizkit is looking for a new guitarist. I don't know what happened to the old one. He got too firm for their biscuit, I guess. Could this be Eddie Van Halen's big break into the music business? No, that's retarded. But apparently he was introduced to Soft Pastry's lead singer Fred Durst by a record executive at a party after those auditions. The suit said Eddie and Durst should work together, to which Durst replied, "That would be hilarious. The greatest guitar player ever plays with the worst band ever." Which, like, yeah, facts. That would be awesome. I hate Limp Bizkit, but I love that their lead singer actively knows that they suck and they call themselves butt rock. It would almost make me like them if they didn't sound like this. Despite this, Van Halen was actually DTF for some reason and went over to Durst's place to have a jam sesh. And in true Van Halen style, Ed whipped up to the crib with his own guitars, amps, 9 18-wheelers, a rhinoceros probably. He brought a lot of shit is what I'm getting at. And they were jamming, you know, they were diddling and doodling all over the place. But then suddenly, some heathen started smoking weed. Good heavens. Van Halen just could not take this act of illegality for some reason and stormed off in a huff, leaving his guitars, amps, and rhinoceros behind. Which is honestly the weirdest part of this whole story to me. Like, you are an international rock star who's probably engaged in every dirty little deed under the sun, but you draw the line at somebody else smoking the devil's lettuce? That just doesn't add up to me. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Either way, the rock legend still wasn't vibing at the Biscuit household before that incident, describing the experience as feeling like a scholar among kindergartners. Tough, but fair. The next day, a butthurt Van Halen awoke from a long night of praising the Lord and fearing marijuana and called Durst to try and get his shit back. After he had left Van Halen on red for more than a day, Eddie decided that it was time to pay Fred a visit. Author Andrew Bennett, a man who spent a considerable amount of time with Eddie and penned his quasi-biography, recounts the incident here. Eddie once bought an assault vehicle from a military auction. It has a shine gun mount on the back and is not legal. Eddie drove that assault vehicle through LA into Beverly Hills, then parked and left it running on the front lawn of the house Limp Bizkit was rehearsing in. He got out wearing no shirt, his hair in a samurai bun on top of his head, his jeans held up with a strand of rope, and combat boots held together by duct tape. And he had a gun in his hand. That asshole answered the door, Bennett recalled Van Halen explaining. I put my gun to that stupid fucking red hat of his, and I said, "Where's my shit, motherfucker?" That fucking guy just turned to one of his employees and starts yelling at him to grab my shit. Bennett says, Eddie Van Halen stood on the front lawn of a residential home in Beverly Hills in broad daylight, smoking a cigarette while holding a gun on Fred Durst as he went back and forth from the house to the assault vehicle, lugging amps and guitars. And I really think that that is just despicable on Van Halen's part. Such an inconsiderate, disrespectful, and egregious act. I mean, smoking a cigarette? In broad daylight? In full view of possible children? Possible ethnic children, even? Maybe? Polluting the airways of our country's young minds with stinky tar and toxic nicotine? I mean, geez, you know, some people just deserve to be shot. And Fred Durst is one of those people. Eddie should have done it. While you might not want to find M&Ms that are brown in your bowl, you might not want to find James Brown in there either. Both because he is a clinically insane, PCP-smoking, armed and dangerous human being, but also just because, like, gross. What are you doing in my bowl of M&Ms, James Brown? Get out of there. I mean, is he naked? Is he clothed? I don't want this. Those are my tasty little treats. Get out of my bowl of M&Ms, James Brown. PCP possession, evading police, assault and battery with intent to kill, and generally being mid. These are all things that James Brown has been convicted of in the country that he is so proud to be living in.
How did all of this trouble begin?
Living in America.
And on September 24th, 1988, the so-called hardest twerking man in show business would participate in all of those activities at the same time. That afternoon, James Brown walked into an insurance seminar happening at the office next to his, high as balls on PCP, and committed an act that I will briefly depict here. Who the fuck is using my toilet? Y'all are all talking loud and saying nothing. Now stop shitting in my goddamn office. Just please, please, please get on the good foot and get up off of that thing. Papa don't take no mess. I'm in a cold sweat, okay? Try me. I'll go crazy. I don't want nobody to give me nothing except to take their hot pants off my cold porcelain, okay? I got a feeling that it's too funky in here. I can't stand myself. I am bewildered. I got ants in my pants. I'm feeling super bad. Parts 1, 2, and 3. It's a man's world and I'm the boss. Now give it up or turn it loose before I get ready for the big payback and turn this gun into your licking stick, god damn it. Stop shitting in my toilet! Apparently James had caught one too many insurance brokers sneaking a quick dookie in his home bowl, and he was not gonna stand for any more secretive, salacious stool splashing, swimming, and sitting soundly in his super special shitter. So he thought to himself,
so I pull out my gun.
Specifically his shotgun, after which he burst into the insurance meeting, wildly waving it around and unintelligibly screaming something about bathrooms and Papa having a brand new bag before police arrived and he fled into the truck that he had parked outside. He then led police on a high-speed interstate car chase, leaving Georgia and entering South Carolina before realizing that he must have left his PCP in his other pants and turning around to head home. After pulling the Huey, skirting around a police barricade, and unsuccessfully trying to ram 2 cop cars, the police shot out 3 of Brown's tires, the rims of which he continued to drive on for 6 miles until he, similar to his career, crashed violently into a ditch. 6 miles on 3 rims is pretty impressive. You know, we've all played GTA, that shit is hard. Brown was then arrested, taken into the station, allegedly just punched directly in the face by a cop, booked, and then convicted 3 months later to a 6-year prison sentence. He got out 3 years later because despite being black in the 80s, he was still incredibly rich. He used the Michael Jackson method of evading punishment, except Mike took it a little bit further. James then proceeded to live the rest of his life in relative peace and harmony, never returning to his crazy car chase antics again. Until he did. Like the exact same fucking thing. 7 years later, in 1998, James got into yet another high-speed car chase with the police after they were dispatched to his ranch to investigate a domestic violence situation, which he did a lot. He's a real piece of shit. James responded to the police showing up by firing his rifle into the air for funsies, hopping into his truck, and yet again speeding away from the police. Was he driving a stolen Lincoln Continental, and did he crash it into the swimming pool of a Holiday Inn? Well, the story was behind a paywall on the New York Times website, so I actually don't know, but it's unlikely. But I do know who definitely did crash a Lincoln Continental into the swimming pool of a Holiday Inn. Board-certified dickhead and drummer for The Who. Oh wait, I already did him. We've all had an affair with our mistress while the mother of our child was listening in through the baby monitor. Sorry, what I meant to say was, we've all done strange things after a bad breakup. Ate an entire pizza, ate an entire carton of ice cream, ate the asses of the entire Houston Astros 1994 lineup, worn a hoodie when it's hot outside. That last one's a little too crazy for me personally. But what Billy Idol did after his bad breakup may have been just a little bit crazier. Possibly. Somewhere between that and wearing shorts in the snow. It's 1988, and the mother of Billy's child had just broken up with him after hearing him have an affair with his mistress through the baby monitor. Billy was sad, he was regretful, but most of all, he was horny, so he grabbed his friend Harry Johnson and headed to Thailand for a quote-unquote sexcation. I don't really know how I feel about the concept of sex addiction, but if your partner just caught you with another woman over the baby monitor for your child and your immediate response is to go on a Taiwanese sexcation, it might be time to seek some professional help, compadre. Also, Harry Johnson? Harry Johnson. There's no way that's a real name. That makes me feel like this guy was just a figment of Billy's superhumanly horny imagination. He's like the pornographic version of Tyler Durden in Fight Club. So Billy and Harry touched down in Bangkok to bang some cock into as many Taiwanese prostitutes as possible, just racking up STDs like their Xbox achievements on Bill and Harry's Sexcellent Adventure. I wonder what kind of gamer score hepatitis would get you. This trip had no rules, except for one rule, which of course is that there are no rules, except that there actually was a rule, and that rule is no drugs. Bill and Harry were trying to steer clear of the no-no powder by sticking to more wholesome, family-oriented things like Hennessy and hookers. That was seriously the plan. They were gonna try and not do drugs by drinking and fucking so much that they just simply would not have time to snort, shoot, or sniff any illicit substances.
And I can proudly say that today, I do not freebase cocaine.
So obviously this plan worked, and the pair did not consume even a smidgen of schmack until less than a week later when they got bored and asked their cab driver if he had a coke plug.
Now I'll do some toot now, don't get me, I will do some toot, you know.
He hit him back with the Uno reverse card and said, well, do you have a coke plug? Yes, you do. It's me. Here is your cocaine. However, this cab driver must have either been the worst drug dealer in the world or an incredibly committed Pulp Fiction fan, because what he ended up giving these guys was pure China white heroin. You may be wondering at this point, how does the president of Cambodia fit into all of this? Oh, you weren't wondering that? That had nothing to do with what I was talking about? Well, you should be. He's the president of Cambodia, for Christ's sakes. He's a very important world figure, and you are being very inconsiderate of his feelings right now. After Bill and Harry had spent an entire week in the presidential suite, mail-ordering prostitutes, shooting heroin that they had heated in candy wrappers from the hotel minibar, and generally acting like Charlie Sheen in the mid-2000s,
Especially when you see how I party, man. It was epic. The run I was on made Sinatra, Flynn, Jagger, Richards, all of them just look like, you know, droopy-eyed, armless children.
The hotel was like, hey, listen, president of Cambodia is coming, so y'all gotta move. And they were like, no. And the hotel was like, what? You're in the presidential suite. He is literally a president. Get out of there. And they were like, nah. And the hotel was like, bruh. And they just stayed in there. Fuck the president of Cambodia, I guess. He's gonna have to stay at a Motel 6. So week 2 rolls around, and who do you think finds Billy Idol passed out on heroin in the elevator with the doors opening and closing onto his legs? You guessed it, legendary Jew-hating racist Mel Gibson finds Billy Idol passed out on heroin in the elevator with the doors opening and closing on his legs. How cute is that? I assume Billy wasn't a big Braveheart fan, because after that, he and Harry headed off for a brief B-plot in southern Thailand where they crashed a couple of jet skis and threw a 5-foot log through a glass hotel room door before returning to the Oriental Hotel in Bangkok. Over the course of the next week, Billy caused $250,000 worth of damage to the place, to which the hotel, much like Donald Trump in 2017 when he couldn't open a pickle jar, called in the military. That's right, Billy Idol was causing so much damage that they had to send in the Taiwanese army to detain him. They entered the room, shot him with a tranquilizer dart like he was Alec from Madagascar, loaded him onto a gurney, and wheeled him right the fuck out of the country. Billy woke up vomiting at the airport and about to board a plane back to LA, which is understandable. I would probably also be vomiting if I found out I was about to board a plane to LA. Avocado toast. It never rains. But at least Billy had fun in Thailand. And you know who else has a lot of fun in Thailand? And you know who was a pedophile?
Wait, really?
I know, this was a pretty hard pill for me to swallow too. I mean, David Bowie looks like he would still somehow get child molested well into his 30s, but unfortunately it's true. Also, can we just take a second and look at this man? Hot take, and I know you all hate me for it, but David Bowie is one of the ugliest men that I have ever laid eyes on. His face is weird, his lips are non-existent, I can literally see through him, he is so white. This man has never heard of melanin in his life. Okay, I guess I'm on that same boat with him with that one, but I don't know, man. He just makes me physically uncomfortable to look at. He looks like a baby bird that fell out of the nest and is hungry for my worms, bro. And look at his eyes. Do it. Look at them. They're not two different colors, like people say they are. They're crazy person eyes. His left iris is paralyzed and refuses to contract ever, so now he's just half tripping all day long, looking like his doctor just died in the middle of his eye exam. Apparently, he stole somebody's girlfriend when he was 15 and got socked in the left eye so hard that it was like, ah, fuck it, I didn't sign up for this shit, I give up. This wasn't in my contract, so I will no longer contract. And before you go in the comments all like, David Bowie is my life, he's so hot, and when I was 12, he saved my dad from a forest fire by jizzing over the entirety of Appalachia. Remember, I did open this up with the fact that he's a pedophile. So... When Bowie was in his mid-20s, he took the virginity of 14-year-old Lori Maddox, a famous groupie from the 70s who attests to this day that the act was very much consensual on her part. Well, I assume it would be on his part as well. It'd be a pretty big stretch if he was like, this 14-year-old molested me. And not that her saying it's consensual makes it okay, obviously. I'm just establishing that that is, like, her thing. She's into older, famous men, okay? Bowie was found to be strongly linked to several of these so-called baby groupies, which is probably the most disgusting term I have ever heard. Apparently, these underage groupies were pretty common in 1970s Los Angeles, giving me yet another reason to aggressively vomit before boarding a plane there. Of all the baby groupies at the time, Lori Maddox was the most well-known, and pretty immediately after she let the Rocket Man blast off, she started hooking up with satanic guitarist... Lori began dating Paige while she was still 14, and their relationship was a bit more involved than a quickie bust from Ziggy Stardust. And while Jimmy Page didn't want to stop being a disgusting underage sex haver man, he also didn't want to, go to jail. So because of this, he went to great lengths to hide the fact that he was regularly humping somebody who was probably skipping their 8th grade geometry class. When he took her on tour, she was kept locked in a hotel room, constantly protected by one of the band's bodyguards, until a year later when Paige was like, well, I really didn't want anyone to find out that I was dating a 14-year-old because, that would be awful. But now she's 15, so that's fine. What I'm doing is totally chill now. They'll totally understand. And after that, he just took her with him everywhere and didn't even try to hide.
God damn it. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I just... I saw you. Gotcha. What big bugs are... You'll die of cancer.
Hide the fact that he was regularly humping somebody who was now skipping their 9th grade geometry class. Lori and Jimmy broke up when she turned 16 and caught him in bed with somebody else. Hopefully, someone at least close to his own age for a change. I did some more research after writing that. It wasn't. Finding out some of these rockers did stuff like this was sadly not really that surprising, but was still information that I didn't really want to know. I mean, I can't listen to these guys the same again. I just have Michael Jackson syndrome for all of them now, which sucks because, I really like the band Jimmy Page played for. I don't know if you've heard of them. They were kind of a small group. They're actually called... And I'll talk about the rest of them in a second, but I'm not done with Jimmy yet. But how, you ask? You've already established that he's a gross underage sex haver, and it can't get any worse from there, right? Right? So if you saw the Keith Moon video, you might recall that the drummer for The Who just loved to dress up like a Nazi for some reason. And I don't know what it is about rock stars thinking anti-Semitism is a fashion statement, but Jimmy was not only a pedophile, he also loved to hit the Heil. One of the band's other groupies reported that every city the band visited in the mid-70s, Jimmy would get decked out in full Nazi regalia and head to the nearest gay bar to do heroin in the bathroom with drag queens. And honestly, I think he just misunderstood what drag was. Now, if he threw some fake titties and a plump badonkadonk in the Hitler costume, I'm there for it, but I just think he couldn't grasp the concept, I guess. So it's no surprise to anyone that rock stars love destroying hotels. Just ask the Thai military, but Led Zeppelin loved to destroy one thing in particular in the rooms they stayed at. The TVs. Specifically by throwing them out of the window. I guess that was more entertaining than whatever PBS was playing at the time. I get it. I mean, I've definitely considered doing it a time or two as a kid after seeing too many Pillow Pet commercials interrupt my iCarly.
Probably fucked.
Even the band's manager got in on the action. After the Zeppelin members checked into a hotel and destroyed 5 TVs in one night, a young clerk at the front desk informed the manager that he was going to have to pay them $2,500 for damages. Not that much for them. Really. After getting the money, the clerk got a little curious and asked the manager, I've heard that Led Zeppelin has a reputation for throwing TVs, but I thought it was all BS. Can you tell me, what does it feel like to just toss a TV out of your window? The manager responded, Kid, there's some things in life that you've just got to experience for yourself. He gave the guy $500 and said, "Here you go, mate. Go toss a TV, courtesy of Led Zeppelin." Oh boy!
I found $500.
He found it!
Oh my God! Run home! Reception desk guy. Run as fast as you can!
Led Zeppelin once got permanently banned from Seattle's Edgewater Inn for antics like this, but that didn't stop them from going back later and checking into a room under fake names. Which, like, how did that work? These guys are internationally recognizable rock stars who were already banned for life from this specific hotel, and the front desk guy was just like, "Alrighty, here you go, Mr. Fake Namenstein. Enjoy your stay. The continental breakfast is at 9 o'clock, and would you like your TV bolted or unbolted from the wall?" We'll take unbolted, please. Can do. Like, how did they pull that off? Did they just slap on some fake mustaches and hop on top of each other in a trench coat like the Little Rascals? However they did it, they got in and proceeded to engage in the act that the band is probably the most known for, the Mud Shark incident. So the Edgewater Inn was special because, as the name implies, it was on the edge of the water. Because of this, if you were in the right room, you could just put a worm on a hook and just fish right out the window. Look, here's the Beatles doing it. Wow. The story goes that after a long day of window fishing, the gang eventually caught a mud shark, and together with a band by the name of Vanilla Fudge, they proceeded to do, things with it. Things that are not typically done with marine life. Allegedly, the band got an apparently willing, red-headed female participant, strapped her to the bed, and proceeded to put the shark in places.
In the mud shark zone.
The places that you're thinking of. It ain't called a mud shark for nothing. Throughout my life, a lot of people ask me, "Evan, where did the band Led Zeppelin get their name from?" To which I would normally respond with, "Who are you? How did you get in my house?" Followed by, "Why are you asking me that? What are you doing? Oh no, not the mud shark. Please, not the mud shark, Jimmy. Oh no." But since you're asking so nicely, and I don't smell an overwhelming musk of fish and lube slowly approaching from behind me, I will answer your query. In 1966, Jimmy Page got the name while recording some songs with another group popular at the time. When he talked about forming his own band, the drummer from the other band said, "Yeah, that would go over like a lead balloon." Page liked the joke, but apparently the lead balloons was already taken, so he had to settle on Led Zeppelin. A real shame. A real lost opportunity there. And oh yeah, the band he was singing with was this little group called The Who, and the guy who made the lead balloon joke was actually... Oh wait, I already did. Keith Richards may have been a Rolling Stone, but he was also a rolling crazy person who once threatened to stab Donald Trump. And before that was even like a trendy thing to do, either. He was truly ahead of his time. It was 1989, and the Stones were still rolling all the way into the money pit. It's the end of their Steel Wheels tour, and the gang thought to themselves, this incredibly successful tour was great and all, but how can we have even more money than the massive amount that we already have? They decided to do a pay-per-view concert, knowing that everyone would want to view, but must also, by law, pay. You know, as a kid I thought it was pay-per-view, like you view paper. Because children are worthless, sticky idiots who should just drink their chalky milk and shut up. The only issue with this capitalist tour is the only venue the Stones could find to do this show at was Donald Trump's hotel and casino in Atlantic City. Typically that would be fine, a little ritzy even, but Keith Richards explained to the rest of the band that he hated Donald Trump more than AIDS and cancer and herpes and smallpox and Amy Schumer in Los Angeles, and he would rather die of AIDS and cancer and herpes and smallpox and Amy Schumer in Los Angeles than be in the same room with him. But the band did end up agreeing to play on one condition. Donald Trump had to keep his bloated, orange basketball of a body away from Keith Richards at all costs. He wasn't allowed to watch the show and wasn't even allowed in the hotel at all. So naturally, Trump went to the hotel and he made up a bunch of overblown excuses as to why it's absolutely necessary he be there. "Oh yes, my steaks are here. I need my steaks. They're the biggest steaks, let me tell you. I heard China was here. I need to be here because of China. I forgot my tanning spray. I'm starting to molt. I have the biggest, most best molting of anyone you've ever seen. So much molting, so much more than Ted Cruz. Keith gets word of this and calls the manager, who was the one responsible for cock-blocking Drumpf from entering the premises, back into the dressing room for a little one-on-one chat. The manager recalls, "They call me back," at which point Keith pulls out his knife, slams it on the table and says, "What the hell do I have you for? Do I have to go over there and fire him myself? One of us is leaving the building, either him or us." The manager tells Trump, "Scat, vamoose, get out of here, you filthy animal. Be gone, satanic demon. The power of Keith compels you." And Trump is like, "Okay, I'm leaving now, but not because Keith Richards threatened to end my life, okay? I have the best life, very big life, and I'm choosing to leave now on my own accord. I just remembered China's actually in China right now, so I have to leave because of China, okay?" And Keith Richards, unfortunately, went on to play the show and never stabbed the future 45th president in the United States. The end of that bit. Robin Williams once described Keith Richards as the only man who can make the Osbournes look fucking Amish. And while I don't think he's quite as crazy as the Prince of Darkness, when Mrs. Doubtfire says something like that, you listen. So let's talk about the time he snorted his own dead father's ashes. I think one of the articles I read while researching this video puts it pretty well. Scientists are still desperately trying to formulate a substance that Keith Richards hasn't already shoveled up his hoover in large quantities, but the revelation in 2007 that he'd ingested his own dad made front-page headlines. In that 2007 interview, Keith was asked what the strangest drug he's ever taken was, and his response was this: "The strangest thing I've tried to snort? My father. I snorted my father. He was cremated, and I couldn't resist grinding him up with a little bit of blow. My dad wouldn't have cared. He didn't give a shit. It went down pretty well, and I'm still alive." Alive? Yes. Now possessed with the eternal grieving soul of Papa Richards? Also yes. There's a saying that goes, after the apocalypse, the only things that will survive are cockroaches and Keith Richards. Which of course we all know is undeniably true, but he did come close to death on December 3rd, 1965. The Rolling Stones were playing a song ironically titled "The Last Time," and Keith gave a particularly electrifying performance when his guitar touched his mic stand and he was electrified so aggressively that a flame shot out of his guitar and he was shot backwards a la Marty in Back to the Future. Great Scott! He was immediately rendered unconscious, and many had thought he had been shot. Like with a gun. While Keith was in the hospital, he heard a doctor say with no context, well, they either wake up or they don't, which he found so funny that he decided to, in fact, stay alive. It's hypothesized that the shock didn't kill him because of the thick, rubber-soled shoes he was wearing at the time. Turns out the only medical attention he really needed was from Doc Martin. Keith always looked up to blues musician Chuck Berry, crediting him as the man who inspired him to pick up a guitar in the first place.
Chuck, it's Marvin! Your cousin, Marvin Berry! You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this!
One night, though, he decided to pick up the wrong guitar when he found himself alone in Chuck's dressing room next to the artist's axe. He picked it up and started playing before Chuck Berry came in the dressing room, saw what Keith was doing, and punched him in the face, giving him a black eye. Keith described it as one of Chuck's greatest hits. Flash forward to Keith at a golf course in the early morning, something that only happens when he has stayed awake so long that it is now the early morning. He grabs a plate and decides to sit out by the golf course to enjoy some Eggs Benedict. Meanwhile, Bobby Keys, a jazz man, happened to be playing golf at the very same course. He made a very unfortunate shot, making a hole-in-one directly onto Keith's Eggs Benny. Keith was displeased. As any patriotic American would do when angry at something, Keith immediately pulled out his gun and shot the golf ball. He then locked eyes with Bobby and screamed, "That's a 10-stroke fucking penalty, and if you ever do it again, I'll do the same to you. You ruined my fucking breakfast!" While a world-famous rock musician popping a cap in his balanced breakfast is not exactly what you would expect at the golf course, there is someone who pulled a stunt at a golf course somehow even more unusual. Guitarist for Guns N' Roses and weird name haver. But to find out what it was, stay tuned for part 2.
Play part 2 now.
This video is part 2 of a series about rock stars acting insane, featuring dangerous levels of wackiness, horniness, hijinks, and capers. If you or a loved one are sensitive to such misadventures, you may not be entitled to financial compensation.
You don't have to watch part 1 first to get it, but here's the card for it. Okay, let's go. In 1989, Slash was staying in a room at an Arizona golf course where, at some point, he decided to do all of the drugs. Think of a drug. He's on that one. He's on whatever one you're thinking of, and all the other ones. At some point after this, he must have confused himself with Arnold Schwarzenegger because he became absolutely convinced that he was being tracked and hunted by the Predator from the 1987 film Predator. Not to be confused with the Predator that hangs out at your local playground, his name is Steve, and we do not talk about him. Why he thought such a thing, I do not know. Well, I guess I do know. It was probably because, as previously stated, he was on all of the drugs. And I guess technically Predator is invisible, so hypothetically speaking, he could be tracking and hunting any of us at any given time, so he may have been right. But whether he was actually about to be scalped by a fictitious alien big game hunter or not, Slash reacted to this realization by punching through a plate glass door, shattering it, running through it completely naked, and grabbing a maid to use as a human shield. Personally, I would rather have the actual Predator after me than to see this leathery man burst naked through a plate glass door to use me as a human shield, but you know, that's just me. Hey, you know who else was a Predator? But we talked about that in the first part of the series, so go ahead and check that out. Check it out. But yet another Predator was... And you know who he wrote a song for? On the Beach Boys' 1968 album 2020, a record only slightly better than The Year, there is a song titled Never Learn Not to Love that was actually originally written by everyone's favorite sex cult leader, Charles Manson. Gotta love this guy. Look at him, so cute. Look at that. Look at that face. Who wouldn't love that face? The song was originally titled Cease to Exist, which is a very different vibe of a title, but much more on brand for Charlie. And the Beach Boys bought it directly from Manson and then turned it into Never Learn Not to Love. Now, before this research, I already knew that the Beach Boys had a song written by Charles Manson because I'm cool. You see, I'm pretty cool. But what I did not know is that through the act of buying it, the Beach Boys kind of unintentionally caused the Manson family murders, and it very well could have been them that were killed instead of Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski. Let me explain. So the first connection to Manson that the Beach Boys had was when Dennis Wilson, drummer for the band, picked up 2 hitchhikers on the side of the road that ended up being 2 girls from the Manson family. If you're not familiar with the Manson family, it was not actually his family, it was his sex cult. So, I mean, I sure hope that they weren't related. Dennis took the girls back to his house, busted down Beach Boy style, and after they were returned to Manson's compound at Spawn Ranch, the girls told Charlie about everything that had just went down. Now, Charlie had originally moved to LA to get into the music business, so when he found out that 2 of his hippie concubines had just done the dirty deed with a famous musician, he was just over the moon about it. I mean, he was basically nutting himself. He was so excited. Yes! Yeah! The next day, Charles Manson loaded the car up with women and drove back to Dennis's house to meet him in person. And his plan was basically this. Hi, Dennis. What does Charles Manson sound like? Yeah, I was pretty close. Hi, Dennis. Charles Manson here. How you doing? I know we don't know each other at all, and I probably smell like a barrel of sardines fucked an unshowered skunk, but here's a bunch of bitches. Can we be friends now? And Dennis was like, yeah, sure, I like bitches. We can be friends now. Come on in. For the next 6 months, 14 of the previously mentioned bitches stayed at Dennis's mansion, where he spent the equivalent of $850,000 in today's money on them, mostly in cars, clothes, food, and penicillin shots for their persistent gonorrhea. That is not a bit. That is actually where a large enough percentage of that $850,000 went that he included it in that list. Gonorrhea? More like, all my money's gonorrhea. Oh, I'm depressed. Charlie started working in the studio at the Sand Squad shortly after that, and he eventually sold them Cease to Exist on the one condition that it remain unchanged and that he be credited for writing it. So then the Beach Boys completely changed the song, changed the title, and attributed it exclusively to Dennis Wilson. Charlie was feeling just the teeniest bit homicidal by this, and decided to deal with it in typical, incredibly creepy cult leader fashion. Singer-songwriter Van Dyke Parks, a witness at the party that this incident occurred at, recalled calls it going a little something like this. Manson approached Wilson with a single bullet in his hand. "What's this?" Wilson asked. "It's a bullet," Manson replied. "Every time you look at it, I want you to think just how nice it is that your kids are still safe." Which, like, goddamn. Wilson, who actually looks a lot like Charles Manson, which makes this ensuing incident a lot funnier to me for some reason, was reportedly unfazed by the threat and proceeded to, quote, beat the living shit out of Charles Manson in front of, quote, a lot of hip people. Manson was so steamed by all this that he went back to his ranch and was basically like, "Guys, the drummer from the Beach Boys just kicked my goddamn ass harder than Kevin Spacey's dick at a preschool, and in front of a lot of hip people, no less. So let's go murder somebody completely different for some reason." Yeah, that seems like a good way to deal with these emotions. But before we get to that part, let me give you some context. So aside from the Beach Boys, another big player in the music scene by the name of Terry Melcher was working with Charles at the time, and was even talking about him signing a record deal and doing a documentary about his life. But after he heard about what went down between Manson and Dennis, combined with the two getting into a drunken fight with each other, the deal and documentary were dropped, and Manson's hopes of achieving a music career, much like the title of a 2006 movie about rodents and poop, were flushed away. Manson later went to Terry's house only to find that he had moved. There's actually a deleted scene from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Charles Manson shows up at some dude named Paul's house and asks him where Terry is before Paul tells him that he moved. It's pretty neat if you like the film. Check it out. Terry was no longer in the home, but he was renting it out to a little couple by the name of Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski. So Manson thought, well, it's not the guy who humiliated me in front of a bunch of hipsters, and it's not the guy who cock-blocked my record deal on account of me getting humiliated in front of said hipsters, but, like, fuck it, let's kill him anyway. This is getting way too complicated. And that's how the Beach Boys unintentionally caused the 1969 Manson family murders. And while Dennis Wilson didn't end up dying at the hands of Charles Manson, he did go out in a way that might be somehow even stranger. You see, Dennis's life kind of slowly fell into a downward spiral as time went on, and by 1983, he was just straight up homeless and wandering the streets of LA. His basic routine was to go on a ridiculous alcohol-fueled bender, check himself into the hospital detox afterwards, only to go out and do it again and again in a vicious cycle of BoJack Horseman-esque behavior. 3 years prior to his death, Dennis was in the middle of a pretty nasty divorce and ended up throwing his ex-wife's wedding ring along with some other belongings off of his yacht and into the waters of Marina del Rey, who I honestly thought was a pop singer and not a body of water. Dennis died in those very same waters 3 weeks after his 39th birthday, which is a tragic story indeed, but still, better than turning 40. After drinking all day long, Dennis went diving in the marina to try and retrieve his ex-wife's ring, only to black out and drown in the shallow waters. And while kicking the bucket drunk in a diver's suit while searching for your ex-wife's wedding ring is certainly out of the ordinary, his funeral was, again, somehow even stranger. It ended up being orchestrated by President at the time Ronald Reagan, and was the only funeral that the man had ever sponsored. Dennis was sailed by boat back into the ocean and was dropped into the murky depths mafia style, all at the request of his widowed wife Shawn Love. And typically, if someone dies in the ocean and they actually end up finding the body, the family's normal response is not to go ahead and throw it back in the ocean, but, go off, queen. Kill it. But what's the first part of Dennis's band's name? Well, beach, of course. And what can you find at the beach? Well, the sun, obviously. And if you had a magnifying glass in the sun, you could probably light some stuff on fire. And who likes to light living things on fire? But also, the 8-fingered guitarist from Black Sabbath was a bit of a goofy little prankster man. Dirty little pranky boy, a little practical joke fellow, if you will. And he especially liked to pick on their drummer Bill Ward, because apparently he was just kind of down for whatever. Which, if the guy knows about it and he's okay with what you're doing to him, is that even a prank? That's just kind of doing a thing. An admittedly stupid, reckless, and dangerous thing, but, I don't think that by itself necessarily qualifies it as a prank. Well, unless, of course, it goes sexual. One of these pranks began while the band was staying at the mansion of paint magnate and convicted murderer John DuPont. The gang noticed that DuPont, the owner of corporate giant DuPont paint products, was apparently getting high on his own supply. They found a garage filled to the brim with paint cans, and in a drunken stupor, Iommi turned to Bill and asked if he could turn him into an Oscar statue. Bill agreed, as always, and the crew then began to cover him head to toe with gold paint. This lighthearted prank began to backfire when Bill's giggling slowly turned into a convulsive seizure. Yeah, get him, guys, that tickles. Stop it. Paint that sucker, yeah. Hey, you guys smell toast. Oh, fuck. The ambulance arrived shortly after to find a golden man flopping around in the driveway like a fish out of water, if that fish also happened to be painted gold and having a seizure. The EMTs scolded the members of Black Sabbath for basically doing the 1970s equivalent of the Tide Pod Challenge, gave Bill an adrenaline shot, and showered him with paint thinner to wash away their shame. Now, you would think if a man's prank almost led you to die seizing in a driveway, you might not say yes when that same man asks if he could, I don't know, let's say light you on fire. Unless, of course, you suffered such significant brain damage from paint inhalation that now somehow sounds like a good idea to you, which apparently was the case for Bill Ward. To be fair, this was apparently a thing that Black Sabbath did quite often as a party trick, especially to Bill Ward. But this time, when Tony poured the rubbing alcohol on Bill and set him ablaze to impress a producer, it did not go as smoothly as usual. While the alcohol usually burned off quickly, this time it had already soaked into Bill's clothes before he was lit, causing him to immediately drop to the floor, rolling around, screaming bloody murder. Tony thought that Bill was actually fine and just like committing really hard to the bit, so he actually poured more rubbing alcohol on him while he was just a ball of fire on the ground, until eventually, just like Britney Spears, he thought to himself, This escapade ended with Bill once again in the back of an ambulance, this time with third-degree burns all along his legs and no paint thinner to wash away the shame. Hey, you know who else should be set on fire, though? Well, yes, of course, but I actually meant... I don't know why I hate this guy so much. I hate his name, I hate his face, I hate his hair, I hate his name. What's his actual name? There's no way any good Christian parents would curse the world with that name. William Bruce Rose Jr. I guess his dad decided that he'd just skip the naming part entirely and just copy-pasted his own onto him, and then his kid decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm a misspelled car part and a flower now, suck it, Pops. Actually, most of the members of Guns N' Roses have some pretty wacky fake names. Here, check it out. Wow, neat. Now let's get back to me hating Axl Rose. God, I hate him so fucking much. Fucking hate him. One of the shittier things Axl Rose has done, and that is saying a lot, believe you me, was the time that he had sex with his own drummer's girlfriend in their studio, had sound engineers come in to record it during, and then used the moans as background noise for some songs on their album. The girl's name was Adriana Smith, and she was apparently mad at the drummer Steven Adler for not referring to her as his girlfriend, even though they had been dating for more than a year. Which is a bit of an overreaction to that in my book. That might possibly be why he chose to not refer to you as his girlfriend, if this is how your decision making usually goes, but you know, go off. You can hear her moaning prominently in the song Rocket Queen, and apparently faintly in Welcome to the Jungle. Really wish I could play them for you, but I really do not want to be copyright stricken, so just look them up right after you like this video and subscribe to my channel. Adriana said that she was quite drunk at the time and that the sex was pretty bad, and she overall regrets the entire incident. She was...
Alright, now. I don't think it's right just because you regret the pussy. Or just because you regret the dick that was given to you. That now it was just some terrible dick.
Forced to tell her boyfriend...
Slinging that iron. Probably not. Probably was some bad dick. Loot that. Cool.
Friend Steven about it after Axl insisted that she be credited on the album under the name Adriana Sex Machine Smith. God, I hate him so much. I fucking hate... Look at him. Look at Axl Rose. I hate him so much. And apparently this kind of drama happened quite a lot in the Guns N' Roses household. After this, Adriana found out that Steven had taken out another girl, which is an understandable response in my opinion after this incident. So she decided to have Axl and Slash over to her apartment, get super wasted with the both of them, and once again have some sexy time with Axl on her bed. Cannot imagine having sex with Axl Rose. I feel like that's like getting fucked by a Barbie doll with a penis or something. Apparently Slash had passed out on the floor by this point, and for some ungodly reason, Axl and Adriana thought that it would be a good idea to pick up his unconscious body and plop it on the bed while they were fucking on it. So then the boyfriend Steven walks into this absolute crime scene, witnesses an Axl and his girlfriend and a Slash adjacent, and naturally assumes that they are all having a threesome. Now, he's a bit peeved at this situation. His feathers are a bit ruffled, his goose a bit cooked. So when Axl turns over to him and says, "Hey, you want to join in, buddy?" He decides that he has had enough, and he leaves the apartment. I think a more appropriate response would have been to beat the ever-living shit out of Axl Rose with Slash's unconscious body, but, you know, different strokes for different folks. Time went on, and eventually Axl got married to a woman named Erin, and asked Adriana to move in with the both of them to, quote, teach Erin how to have sex. I hate him so much. Why is he still alive? Adriana also has a pretty funny story about Slash. Let's talk about Slash again for a second. So back in the Dizzy, Adriana used to be a stripper. Who could have seen that coming? Wow, what an unexpected turn of events. So one night at a club, she got in a bit of a treacherous topless tussle that is truthfully told by Adriana here. I remember this party in LA. Slash kept daring me to punch a girl that he, Steven, and Axl had slept with. So I went up and punched her square in the face. This giant fight broke out. It was crazy. The cops came, Slash got arrested, and his top hat got lost. A true tragedy right there. I mean, Slash's scalp saw the light of day for the first time in eons. This injustice, however, was thankfully swiftly solved by some generous strippers. Adriana adds, after that, all the stripper girls actually paid his bail and got him out of jail, and then they bought him another hat. Oh, jeez. Oh, that is a relief. At least this tale has a happy ending. And on the topic of things being good and happy, let's flip that and get back to talking about the world's biggest douche. I mean Axl Rose. Let's get back to talking about Axl Rose. As Axl got older, he also got fatter and sweatier and uglier and
damn.
Generally just more Cartman-esque. And this just makes me so happy. I hate him so much. Did I mention that? Did I mention that I hate him? He also once killed a moth with a shotgun. So, you know, there's that. Axl Rose made...
Don't make him look bad, that makes him sound dope. Can't lie. Dope as hell. Honestly, what the fuck you mean you killed a... whatever.
Have been a horrible, total imploded anus of a man with terrible impulse control, but you know who else had terrible impulse control? But in particular, I'm gonna cut to the chase here on this one. One time, Kiss founding member, lead guitarist, and aspiring clown Ace Frehley was in the back of a limo with the rest of the band and was just absolutely fucking fiending for some booze. He's shaken, he's quaking, he's about to shit himself, and there is not a drop of alcohol in sight. For some reason, one of his bandmates had an entire bottle of perfume concealed somewhere on his person. Where? Who's to say? In his ass? I'd certainly like to think so. The bandmate promptly whipped out the bottle, explained that perfume has a high alcohol content, and before he could even finish his sentence, Ace had downed the entire thing like he was my girlfriend with a Baja Blast. Relatable humor there, right? She likes Baja Blast, that's the bit. Ace, like many others covered in this series, clearly had an immense drinking problem. His in particular led him to consume scented feminine products with pretty much no side effects. I mean, he was just like fine afterward. You know, maybe he had some spicy burps for a while, but he's pretty much unfazed, which is kind of a superpower if you think about it. I don't think most people would be able to do that. I don't know though. You know, let's get that on TikTok. I'm trying to see the perfume challenge on my page. Necessary information does not condone drinking perfume. Please don't drink perfume. Don't do that. You're stupid. Ace once put out a thought-provoking statement about rock stars and addiction that I will recount here. Musicians resort to drugs and alcohol. That was my downfall. All I know is most of the time, I really had no idea where I was. We went from city to city so fast, you know, pretty much you spend most of the time in a hotel or the venue. They all pretty much look the same, so it became a blur. That's why a lot of rock stars go crazy. The whole thing is just so surreal. Wow, that's deep. It almost seems like rock stars were legitimately insane.
Roll credits.
Anyway, after Ace downed that entire bottle of perfume, I'm sure that must have made him have to pee pretty bad, right? And you know who else really had to pee? Remember that Hold Your Wii for a Wii challenge back in 2007? I don't because I was 5, but basically it was this contest held on a radio show where whoever could drink the most amount of water in a set period of time without peeing would win a Nintendo Wii, which at the time was basically a good bowl of dim sum because you couldn't find one anywhere in North America. It was like exclusively in Japan at the moment. Anyway, the point is, one woman drank so much water for this Wii that she literally straight up died. And for context, Izzy Stradlin had to pee even more than that bitch. What a silly name Izzy Stradlin is. I mean, is he straddling his own dick because he has to pee so bad? Yeah, probably. I'd go so far as to even say yes. I mean, that's a porn name. That's not a people name.
Hold on, y'all. Need to go check. Do. Right back, gonna go start. Right, sorry about that. Leave my phone in the bathroom. Not. Bed then. What's wrong? I'm not there. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Is it under my keyboard? Is it under here? Found it. Well, we're good now. Did I run out of money? Damn. Okay. Yeah, but these motherfuckers over here for a little bit. God damn. So I don't run out of money. Hell. Alright, so have I done this one? I think I have. I think this is the one.
I mean, really, why does he have such a stupid name?
Wait.
Anyway, so Izzy Stradlin was the guitarist for Guns N' Roses. Oh. Yeah, that's why. Got it. And Sweatier and Uglier was in the back of a the entire crazy. The whole thing is just so surreal. Wow, that's deep. It almost seems like rock stars were legitimately insane.
Roll credits.
Anyway, after Ace downed that entire bottle of perfume, I'm sure that must have made him have to pee pretty bad, right? And you know who else really had to pee? Remember that Hold Your Wii for a Wii challenge back in 2007? I don't because I was 5, but basically it was this contest held on a radio show where whoever could drink the most amount of water in a set period of time without peeing would win a Nintendo Wii, which at the time was basically a good bowl of dim sum because you couldn't find one anywhere in North America. It was like exclusively in Japan at the moment. Anyway, the point is, one woman drank so much water for this Wii that she literally straight up died. And for context, Izzy Stradlin had to pee even more than that bitch. What a silly name Izzy Stradlin is. I mean, is he straddling his own dick because he has to pee so bad? Yeah, probably. I'd go so far as to even say yes. I mean, that's a porn name. That's not a people name.
Porn.
I mean, really, why does he have such a stupid name? I mean, anyway. So, Izzy Stradlin was the guitarist for Guns N' Roses. Oh. Yeah, that's why. Gotta hate Axl Rose so much. It's August 27th, 1989. Pissy Stradlin is high. But like in the sky, though. Like he's on an airplane. Well, he's also probably high in the metaphorical sense, but the point is, he's flying from Indiana back to LA. And Izzy is stuck in the worst possible place to be on any aircraft, the line for the bathroom. I guess maybe being on the wing or like inside of the turbine or something might be worse, but yeah, only slightly. And as I have made very clear previously, this dude has got to go. He's wiggling, he's jiggling, he's doing his little pee-pee dance so goddamn hard, and he's doing anything he can to take his mind off of it. I mean, he's verbally assaulting flight attendants, he's smoking cigarettes in the non-smoking section of the aircraft, because this was back in a time period where you had non-smoking sections. And you know, I never got what the big deal was with that anyway. I mean, if the smoke is bothering you, just open the window, you fucking pussy. And fun fact, they actually banned smoking on airplanes 5 months after Izzy Stradlin did this. Coincidence? Yeah, probably, most likely. So Izzy's doing the best he can to keep his bladder from exploding while verbally assaulting flight attendants with an illegally lit cigarette in his mouth until finally he yells, "I'm not waiting any longer," whips out his dick and just straight up starts pissing in the aisle of the plane. Peeing. In public. Like a homeless. The plane ended up getting grounded in Phoenix, where Izzy was arrested for causing a public disturbance. Hey, cool, that's the same charge I got after I shit on the floor of that Target, despite the attempts of his publicist to defend Izzy by saying that he was just, quote, expressing himself. I think he confused the term expressing with excreting on that one. Izzy was convicted and sentenced to 1 year's probation and given the order to write a mandatory apology letter to the flight crew, which I think is hilarious. That's like some shit your 4th grade teacher does when you beam Steven in the head with a kickball on the playground. Okay, Izzy, now say you're sorry. Sorry. Okay, you're gonna have to speak up, Izzy. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, now what are you sorry for, Izzy? That everyone on the plane made me wait so long and that they're all pee-pee heads with doo-doo breath who lick their balls. Hey, Izzy, that is not nice. Remember, you are on probation, mister.
God damn it. Did I really? Fuck. Wait, time out anyway. Why the fuck did my games just reset? Or did the servers reset? What the fuck just happened?
Do you want to go to big boy timeout? Do you? Do you really want to get butt raped by Carlos at the Supermax just because you won't say sorry? Is that what you want? No. No, what? No, I don't want to get butt raped by Carlos at the Supermax just because I won't say sorry. Good. Now try again. I'm sorry. 4, verbally assaulting your flight attendants, and smoking in your designated non-smoking areas, and for peeing on all those nice people's shoes. Okay, good job, Izzy. Now you two hug. All right. Can I go do heroin and play Mega Bloks now? Sure, kiddo. Yippee! Well, Izzy Stradlin sure seemed to not give a hoot about performing his bodily functions in public, huh? And I think you get the format at this point. I think you know where I'm going with this. You know who else didn't give a hoot about performing his bodily functions in public? It's everyone's favorite stooge. And if you want to find out what he was wearing when he took a shit live on stage, stay tuned for part 3.
No, I don't have any money for Hughes. I don't play this game. Pre-recorded. That's an AI record. I got a crocodile. Uh... Hold on, I gotta add you to my list. Retards who ask for shit on stream. You're number 1 on the list. Lay 137. Congrats on making it to the list. Alright. See your way out. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is a 3-part series about wacky rockstar hijinks. It's pretty cool. We're about to talk about Iggy Pop taking a dump live on stage. You don't have to watch the first 2 parts to get it, but here's the cards for them, and enjoy. Iggy Pop is the man credited for inventing the stage dive, which, if you think about it, really just means that he was the first person to dive off of a stage. He didn't know those people were going to catch him, and he did not care. They probably didn't. He probably died. Iggy Pop probably died. See, here he is, just straight up not being caught. And that's understandable.
That's your dream? Get better dreams. Fuck off. Actually play the game instead of beg. Shoo. Be gone, peasant.
I can see why anyone in their right mind, which, to be fair, does not include anybody at an Iggy Pop concert, would not want to catch this guy.
No. Go annoy your family for shit, not me. That's a good one too. It is not your fucking birthday. Die. Not your fucking birthday. Shut the fuck up.
Even before he was a leathery yet oddly jacked elderly lizard person, Iggy Pop was still fucking disgusting. This guy would do everything on stage. Everything. I mean everything. He'd piss himself, he'd shit himself, he'd cut himself, he'd throw up on himself. Every single fluid a body is capable of producing, Iggy Pop excreted on stage. I'm pretty sure he had an anal miscarriage one time and hucked the placenta out into the crowd. And oh yeah, he threw all of it at the crowd too. Piss, blood, shit, placenta. If you were at a Stooges show in the 70s, you could bet your sweet bippy that you were in for a front row seat to the biohazard splash zone, and you just better hope that you remembered to put on your full body condom that day, because I gotta say, just a feeling, I don't think Iggy Pop kept it clean for Jesus, okay? That seems like a foolproof way to catch a musical STD. Let me tell you a little tale here. Let me spin you a yarn. And this is a true story. It's 1973. You're a pimple-faced teen with a go fuck yourself, it's not a phase mom attitude, and you are center stage, smack dab in front of what's about to be a musical abomination. I mean, a crime against God. I mean, an Iggy Pop performance. Cut to 10 minutes later, where now Iggy Pop, wearing nothing but a bikini, cuts himself, takes a shit behind one of the amplifiers, picks it up, throws it out into the crowd, and then stage dives. And now ask yourself, are you catching this motherfucker? Because if you catch him, you're probably also catching herpes, AIDS, hepatitis, syphilis, super AIDS, Asperger's, gonorrhea, hepatitis again, ringworm, pinworm, an ear infection, a crick in the neck, pink eye.
Is that all?
No.
I have Ebola.
Despite the many gargantuanly gross guffaws Iggy found himself in, my favorite story takes place in 1977 at a dive bar in Warren, Michigan. Iggy was on stage performing when he started being heckled by a biker gang, to which he responded by performing a 45-minute long version of Louie Louie with improvised lyrics that insulted each of the bikers before he got off stage, challenged them all to a fight, and immediately lost. I enjoy that one quite a bit. So you may be thinking to yourself, that all sounds pretty gross. Surely that's about as bad as it can get, right? There can't be any human being more disgusting than that. God would not allow a creature so unholy to escape the fiery cavernous bowels of Satan's rectum, would he? I'm actually going to start this section off with a content warning, which is not something I do lightly, okay? I do not give a fuck, but this guy is something else. It's gonna be kind of similar to the stuff we talked about with Iggy Pop, just worse. So if you're the kind of person who's pretty sensitive about blood and gross shit in general, just go ahead and skip to this timestamp, and if not, let's have some fun, boys. They got the big boys now. We're down to the big boys, the big boy pants. Born in 1956, G.G. Allen, pictured here sensually staring into your soul, was originally named Jesus Christ Allen. As in, Jesus Christ, Allen, you're fucking disgusting. What kind of God would allow you to exist? Apparently that God was G.G. Allen himself, because when he was born, his father chose the name Jesus Christ Allen because he was convinced that his son was, in fact, literally God. Which, of course, we all know isn't true, okay? It's very common knowledge that the second coming of Christ is actually famed Hollywood anti-Semite Mel Gibson. Praise him, he walks among us. But despite this indisputable fact, Allen's father was still absolutely convinced that his son was the Messiah. Which is funny to me because G.G. Allen has an older brother, which means when his first child was born, Allen's father picked it up, took a good look at it, gave it a physical, maybe a prostate exam, and was like, nope, normal human baby. Not the son of God. Try again, honey. The family resided in a luxurious New Hampshire-based log cabin with fabulous amenities including, but not limited to, no running water, no electricity, and absolutely no hope of escape. And Alan's father had some pretty fun hobbies, his favorite of which was digging shallow graves in the family basement and threatening to fill them with the dead bodies of his wife and 2 children before taking his own life. And that's so sweet of him, you know, taking the time to take care of his wife and kids before himself. You know, a real stand-up guy, a real family guy. While his dad was clearly an unhinged religious lunatic who Alan did his best to avoid, he did have a much closer relationship with his older brother. The two shared a very strong bond and would even routinely jerk each other off. Oh, God. I told you about this guy, man. It's coming. They really did. They really did do that. Oh boy. Alan's brother, who was surprisingly open about the fact that he and Gigi would choke each other's respective chickens, reported that these sin sessions were Alan's only sexual experience throughout high school and that he was, quote, heavily into masturbation. Which I think is pretty obvious. You don't really get to jerking off your brother unless you're pretty high into that hobby. You're pretty pro-level jerker, World of Warcraft tier masturbator. This trait would continue well into Alan's adulthood, with Gigi not really being too interested in traditional sex and instead preferring to obtain a bottle of his partner's urine and to drink it while masturbating into their panties. Or alternatively, just to have them piss directly into his mouth while he did that. And I respect that, you know, you gotta get it from the source. It's healthier that way. Ask Whole Foods. Gigi's first in a very long line of drug experiences was also initiated by his brother when he slipped some acid into an unwitting Gigi's plate of French fries one afternoon. I personally can't imagine waking up to my father screaming about how he is going to murder me and the rest of my family before taking a little trip to McDonald's only to trip my goddamn balls off after having never done drugs before, only to go home and engage in some mutual reach-arounds with my brother. But I guess that was just a regular Tuesday for this guy. As Gigi Allen got older and entered into his musical career, he played with many critically acclaimed groups such as Malpractice, The Jabbers, The Scumfucks, The Cedar Street Sluts, The Texas Nazis, Gigi Allen and the AIDS Brigade, and the Murder Junkies. And while in those bands, he released several industry-revered albums with titles such as You'll Never Tame Me, Brutality and Bloodshed for All, Beautiful Afterbirth, Fucked and Framed, Freaks, Faggots, Drunks, and Junkies, Expose Yourself to Kids, that one's a good one, Sing-Along Love Songs, and everybody's favorite, Eat My Fuck. I, for one, will not be eating your fuck, good sir, but thank you for offering. You're too kind. To get an idea of the type of performance you could expect from Gigi Allen, shown here covered in what could either be blood or shit, but is most likely a mixture of both, let's let his friend and fellow musician Bloody Mess recount the story of the first time Gigi shat on stage. I was with him when he bought the X-Lax. Unfortunately, he ate it hours before the show, so he constantly had to hold it in or he would have shit before he got on stage. After he shit on stage, complete chaos broke out in the hall. All of the old men in charge of the hall went fucking nuts. Hundreds of confused punk kids were flipping out, running out the door because the smell was incredible. I feel like incredible is an interesting adjective to choose for that, but I've said it once, I'll say it again. Go off, girl boss. Live your truth. From that early point in his career forward, Gigi would prolifically shit his pants on stage, throw his own shit at the crowd, pee on people, threaten to take his own life on stage, you know, the usual stuff. One particular performance that stands out to me is one that he put on at a New York university, where he got on stage and started playing, promptly shit himself, called the students several racial slurs, threw chairs out into the crowd, and then pulled out a banana that he had preloaded in his pocket and shoved it up his own ass. Gotta get your potassium somehow. But it can't get any worse than that, right? Bro, you gotta stop asking stupid questions already, seriously. In addition to flinging his shit and filling his pants with it, Gigi would also regularly smear it all over his own body, as well as eat it with his mouth. He put shit in his mouth and he ate it. Gotta get your potassium somehow. We sure have come a long way in this saga from the M&M's bit. You remember that? When you still had your innocence and your decency?
Nobody wants to eat me! I'm the luckiest!
Obviously, because he would fling feces at his audience and legitimately assault people while he was performing, Gigi was no stranger to the law and was reportedly arrested 52 times over the course of his career. Contrast to me, who has only been arrested once after I shit on the floor of that Target. While researching his childhood, I found myself asking, how did this guy not turn into a serial killer? These are like perfect serial killer growing conditions. The soil is fertile, the pH is just right, but that particular sociopathic flower just did not sprout. Well, pretty immediately after reading that, I found out that, predictably, Gigi was absolutely obsessed with serial killers and even visited John Wayne Gacy in jail before he was executed. And while he was there, Gacy actually painted a portrait of Gigi, which I'm sure he fanboyed out about real hard. Oh my god, Gacy is painting my portrait. Holy shit, I am so wet. Okay, don't seem weird, Gigi. You're the son of God. You can handle this. This portrait was later used as the cover for the soundtrack to a documentary about how batshit insane Gigi was, entitled Hated: Gigi Allen and the Murder Junkies. To flip the script here, Gigi actually also got a very special visitor while he himself was in jail. Who could it be? I don't know, I'll let you guess, okay? He has terrible stomach problems and he loves heroin. That's right, you got it, it's the Cookie Monster. Okay, you know it's not him, it was Kurt Cobain, who apparently also had a shit kink. Small world. Kurt once tagged along with the band The Flaming Lips while they went to go visit Alan in jail. After Gigi died, Kurt said remorsefully that he never did go to one of Alan's shows because he was, quote, too scared. Which I get. You know, Kurt had enough problems. Getting eye syphilis from a chunk of undigested corn lodged in a warm turd freshly flung from the bleeding anus of the second coming of Jesus Christ did not have to be one of them. Although that does kinda sound like something he might enjoy. Take that as a lesson, kids. Face your fears, live your dreams, don't let anything hold you back. On his first tour following a prison release from a 3-year sentence given to Gigi after he slashed a woman with a knife in concert, Alan performed what would end up being his final show at a little venue in Manhattan called The Gas Station. It was a quaint little spot that had been turned into a punk club after years of operating as something else. Can you guess what it was? Can you guess what it used to be? Well, it was actually the original site of the top-secret United States nuclear development program known as the Manhattan Project. No, it was a gas station. It used to be a gas station. But it might as well have been where the government did MK Ultra, because this show was a trip. Located in the scenic slums of Alphabet City, New York, the crowd at this show was mostly composed of junkies and other general low-life riffraff. And today, Alphabet City is just like any other gentrified part of New York City. It's just littered with overpriced vintage stores and bullshit woke eateries where you pay $30 for a panini, but at this time, this was not the same New York City that we know and hate today. I mean, it was bad. When people say they up in the streets, these are the streets that they are referring to. That is, if you can even see the streets under the rubble of buildings that were demolished 20 years ago and the blanket of knotted out hobos. Brief detour, I saw this sign in Manhattan a couple of years ago that said, "The true New Yorker knows that people living anywhere else must be, in some sense, kidding themselves." I saw that and then threw up on another pile of throw up that a homeless person was using as a pillow on a bench specifically designed to give him back pain so that he won't sleep there. You look me in the eye while you're paying $6,000 for your second-story studio apartment and eating your $30 panini and tell me that I'm kidding myself, bro. Fuck you. That sign made me so pissed off. Any fucking hoozle. Let's go back to Gigi's last show in Alphabet City. After his release from prison, Alan's shows had apparently become somehow even more violent and grotesque. Fresh out of jail and angry at the man, Alan looked out and saw a crowd only slightly more respectable than a group of Limp Bizkit fans and decided, meh, no one will care if I brutally assault these people. So, 5 minutes into the show, he started to brutally assault those people. He clocked several people in the face with his microphone hard enough to draw blood, knocked out a cameraman with his own camera, and then started the second song in the lineup. In the middle of what must have been a sultry and emotional love ballad, Alan began a fan-favorite move when he pulled down his pants, shit on the stage, smeared it all over his body, and then on an unsuspecting woman in the audience. After the sound guy pulled the plug on the performance before the song was over, Gigi sprinted off stage and hurled himself into a pair of French doors, smashing straight through the glass and wood into the backyard of the venue. This then started a riot, with the crowd running outside to catch Gigi and confused bouncers beating the concert goers still trapped inside with socks full of metal and rocks. Covered in blood from the door and shit from his own anus, 36-year-old Gigi Allen stole the miniskirt off of his 17-year-old girlfriend and ran through the streets of Manhattan as the crowd chased him down down into the night. After escaping the angry mob, Gigi met up with a friend, and after scoring some heroin, the pair went to go stay at the apartment of a man by the name of Johnny Puke. Quick aside, all the articles I read about this just said Gigi went to spend the night at Johnny Puke's apartment. Like I'm just supposed to already know who Johnny Puke is. I mean, the guy isn't Jesus Christ or Ronald McDonald or some shit. I think some introduction is in order before you just start hurling names like Johnny Puke at me, Wikipedia. It's like they expect me to be like, oh yeah, Johnny Puke. My grandma used to love that guy. I wonder if Gigi ever met his friends, Simon Shit and Tony Pisshole. So Gigi's hanging out at world-famous, internationally recognized figure Johnny Puke's apartment, where, dressed in a dog collar and his girlfriend's blood and shit-stained miniskirt, he snorted 3 bags of heroin and then nodded out onto a laundry bag on the floor. I've said it before, I'll say it again, who among us hasn't been there? Typical Tuesday for this guy, right? Am I right? Yeah, here, up top. Okay. So Johnny Puke and the rest of the gang leave him there until the morning, where they discover him cold, purple, and bleeding from the mouth. Guy looked like he just got back from a very bad trip to the Wonka factory. Mr. Puke found him lying in the same spot.
Carry back. Go get my food. No memento, por favor. Fuck it, Johnny Puke, guy who shits himself and rubs it on himself. Fuck it, who cares? Honestly, loss of a legend, really. Sad story. Not funny, didn't laugh. It is funny, but not in a good way. It's funny as in, like, what the fuck is this man's problem? But
that he was the night before, and then he and the girls that were staying there posed for Polaroids with Gigi's corpse before realizing that he was just straight up dead and calling an ambulance. Gigi did not end up making it, though. The 3 entire bags of heroin ended up winning that particular fight. And that's it. That's how it ends. No one's crazier than that. No shot in hell. I mean, there could not possibly be a single human being, living or dead, who was crazier than this man. How could one make a video about the unhinged insanity of rock stars without including the Prince of Darkness himself? I mean, if Steve Harvey asks you who the craziest rock star of all time is, survey says it's Ozzy Osbourne 10 out of 10 times, okay? And we can family feud about that all you want, but it's just the truth, okay? Don't fight it. Don't fight it. I mean, we are talking about a man who took acid every single day for an entire year to, quote, see what would happen. And I think we can see what happened.
Someone has been in my room and taken my beers away from my room.
I don't think so, darling. Who would do that?
As previously mentioned,
this Skyblock. Skyblock has pets. I'm currently trying to get a good pet. If you're looking for a Skyblock stream, the only promise I have, because I currently have no part of my body wants to play Skyblock. The only way I would play Skyblock is when I do my ban appeal for my Twitch account. Yeah, it's called lowering the graphic quality so you can't even see what the fuck you're getting, because you have 6 other instances of the game running. I think that's what it's called. But no, even before I got banned on Twitch, I wasn't having fun playing Skyblock. Last time I had fun playing... No. I'm not banned on Skyblock. I quite literally... Like I said, before I got banned on Twitch, I was not wanting to play Skyblock anyway. Thank Jesus. Yeah, there's still a chance I'm coming back, y'all. Like I said, the only possible way I can guarantee I would come back to Skyblock is if I get unbanned on Twitch. Which we got 2 more months until I can apply to be unbanned. Which at this point, I really don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care if I get unbanned or not. I will say, though, if I do get denied, I'm just gonna make another account, stream again. But I'm gonna do it on a VPN. But as of right now, I have no will to play the game. I was already getting tired of the game before I got banned. The last time I had fun playing Skyblock was when that mining update came. Well, I appreciate that, but there's an issue. And that issue is I actually have to appeal twice. One for my initial ban, and the second one for... first my initial ban, and the second one for ban evading. Just because I let my brother, who has to use a voice changer, I let him be on Twitch, doesn't mean that was me. Nah, what I'll do is, I'm actually gonna write, like, something. I'm not gonna use ChatGPT or nothing. I'm actually gonna put my heart and soul into the appeal. I'm gonna do that for the first one. I'll wait to see that decision, and then I'll attempt the other one as well. Like I said, until then, you know, just gotta wait and see. Besides, even if I do get unbanned, that's not a guarantee I'm gonna actually play Skyblock. Like, fully come back to it, because like, a lot of people that come and watch me and then see I'm doing this, they're like, this is boring, you're just AFK doing nothing. I'm like, you know that's what I'd be doing in Skyblock, right? Because, I have to do levels, and that would be Bestiary Garden. So, you know, it's still gonna be fucking boring. So. But like I said, who knows? Yeah, I'm still good. It's just that what people have to realize is I played non-stop. I played every single day of Skyblock from May 2022 to April or May 2024. And between 2 accounts, I had logged over like 8,000 hours. So, and especially because what I did on the account I played on Twitch, I had 3,500 hours just in those, like, 8-9 months I streamed. And whenever I got banned for 30 days last year, I played the previous game of this one. And funny enough, I've actually gotten a ton of people that still watch me play this game. The amount of people that play Skyblock and Pet Sim is really a lot. Obviously, a lot of people don't go as extreme. What, can I ask, what was your username on Twitch? Because I don't remember ever talking to a comment section on Twitch. Oh my god, Toma! Holy shit, long time no see. You're someone I remember. A long time no see, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's understandable you didn't know I was over here because... Oh, trust me, I remember you. Yeah. I mean, the biggest issue is that I only had, like, I had 2,300 followers and only, like, 100 of them were in the Discord. So... I mean, I was getting decent viewers playing Skyblock still. Like, I got over 300 subs. Ah, okay. Well, actually, let me do this. Funny enough. Where is Notepad? Notepad. I usually don't either. Toma Agility comment section. Yeah, because a lot of people have different, what is it? I figured so. Let me try this real quick. I don't know why it does that. Invite people, copy. Wait, you just... Well, I do need to update it so it actually... Edit title and description. There we go. I mean, nobody joins the Discord anymore because, like I said, I don't play Skyblock really. And obviously as well, just that, really. Just I don't play Skyblock, so nobody's active in the Discord. Only like 20 people or so actually watched me a little bit while I was doing Pet Sim. Which, like, I'm not mad. I'm obviously not mad. I played a game and then went to a different one. Why would I be upset people didn't want to watch? Plus, a lot of people, even anyway, a lot of people that used to watch me stream just quit playing Skyblock too. But, like I said, who knows? Maybe I eventually, you know. Yeah, basically, but like I said, obviously watching this for a while, you're gonna be like, hello, Halo. Obviously, after a while, there's gonna be people, like, the thing is, most people that join the streams don't, like, I only stream for, like, the handful of people that still watch me. Like, Jack. Paired here is Jackie Wacky Oo, by the way, Toma. Jack, comment section is Toma or Agility. But, people don't join my stream for the most part to watch me play. I can tell you that Pet Sim is the worst fucking game to stream, ever. I can tell you that much right now. And the sole reason is people don't join to watch. Like, the amount of people that join my stream just to immediately ask me for shit is atrocious. It's really fucking bad. I don't know, but he barely watches me too. But he'll join my stream and just talk about shit he's doing in Skyblock, and even though I'm happy for them, I kind of am like, I don't care. I'm so disconnected from Skyblock. Shit, yesterday I tried to go to a stream. I tried to go to Rao Kigo's stream and talk to him, just being like, yo, what up? How you doing? And fucking Snowflake Kiwi was in the stream modding, and she was like, wait, aren't you banned from Rao stream? I'm like, I'm also banned from yours. Matter of fact, I'm banned from the whole site. So she banned me from Rao stream, and then said she banned me from her stream. Sexist shit. Which is just not true. I barely even talked to her. And yes, I am Jack. Like, I clearly... Like, I'm flattered she thought I ever watched her, but I quite literally never watched anybody that streamed. I don't watch streams. I don't know why she said... I think she had a brain fart or legitimately believed me when I said that I was banned from her stream. I'm never banned from her stream. I don't watch her stream. That is not something... And if I did, I don't remember it. Because everybody knows I have a track record of people, everybody knows that watch me raw. I have a very much so I forget shit easily. Like, even right now, I forgot what I was about to say. I forget shit in the middle of me talking. So oh yeah, and then yesterday I was in a PetSim VC, and you'll remember this, Azility, when people would come in and ask for shit, and you could clearly tell they were, like, under age of TOS, I'd be like, you know what, I'll give you shit. You gotta answer this question in 3, 2, 1. What year were you born? And I was doing that to kids in the other VC, in the PetSim VC, because clearly they were, like, 10 years old. And I was trying to do that to get them out of there. This fucking dude in there was like, hey man, why do you keep asking kids what year they were born? That's weird. I'm like, I know damn well you aren't trying to accuse me of being a predator. Not only that, but boldly doing it in a VC with, like, 10 plus people. But I ain't joining that VC anymore, especially if he's there. But no. Like I said, I talked to Rao. We're good. I never talked to Snowflake Kiwi, so I don't give a fuck about her. And I told Rao to tell her, I'm like, look, if I did say shit like that, I don't remember it. Like, I forget conversations I had yesterday. I'll forget shit that I've talked about already today. Like, it's just that's how I am. I have bad memory from... Oh, but like I was saying, Azility, it is quite literally 10 times worse streaming PetSim. I'm telling you right now, the only new viewers... Yeah, you do, Jack. That's why this event is basically who can AFK the longest. But, like I said, quite literally, like I said, there's just way less people actually. Like, I don't think I think I've had 1 or 2 people that have joined my stream on YouTube that was here, that decide to actually hang out and watch me. Everybody else, they just ask for shit and then immediately leave. And also, Jack, I'll tell you this since you're a mod, don't ban those people anymore. I want to fuck with them and annoy them. And, I'm actually gonna be, I actually started a list where it's, what is it? Where it's, where the list is called Retards That Ask for Shit on Stream. Because this kid came in and kept bothering me and bothering me. He's like, I'm gonna unsub if you don't give me something. I'm like, okay, good, bye. Then he's like, it's my birthday today. I'm like, no the fuck it isn't. These kids are funny, man, I can't lie. They are funny as fuck. It's like, oh no. Because the thing is, I don't care about a threat for an unsub because these people don't even stay to watch me anyway. Like, I've given out huges twice. And both times... What up, Zizo? Oh no, they don't even do that. Because they will literally join stream and just post their... Like, they don't even say, hey. They'll just post their username and said, send huge. It's my biggest dream. I tell them they got some shitty dreams. And tell them to fuck off. If your dream is to get a item and a game, then grind for it. Don't ask me. I got nothing for you. There's a reason why I'm rich in this game is because I don't give people shit. And because I leave it running nearly 24/7. And no, some of them do. They will stay. And then what ends up happening, like, usually, that's the thing too. But it's not even that. They'll literally come in, they'll put their username and said send huge, and then just leave the stream. They don't even stay. That's more disrespectful to me. I'm like, what the fuck are you? And the thing is, twice, where kids have come in, they've chatted for a little bit, and then asked for a huge. Twice I've given them a huge. And then after one person, they just quit coming to my stream, ever. I'm like, okay, dickhead. I see where we're at now. And then after that, the next kid will be like, so, I didn't ban him because he hadn't been back, but the next kid, he came back to another stream and then asked for more shit. So I'm like, okay, man, cool. Also, I should mention that me and my friend have traded items. I'm letting him, quote-unquote, borrow my stuff in Skyblock, and I'm borrowing, quote-unquote, borrowing his stuff in PetSim. There's a kid in the call yesterday. He's like, give me a Titanic or else. I'm like, oh, I guess I'll wait for or else. To be honest, I kind of want to see what or else entails, to be honest. But that's how legit kids are here, though. That's the funny part. That's legit how they talk and act. I'm just like, I'm not giving you. Yes, and hold on, I'll show you the character. Is Ye with skinny jeans and galaxy gas. Yeah, he was funny. I can't lie. That kid, he's like, "This is your last chance to give me a huge." I'm like, "Oh shit, what's gonna happen?" Like I said, I thought it was funny. Yeah, like I said, associate. Yep, that's literally why. I was actually funny enough. I was gonna buy. So there's this game on Roblox. It's a place where like people have made a shit ton of outfits in Roblox, but for furries, like furry characters. And I was gonna buy one yesterday until I realized, because I got scammed a couple months ago, and like with for IRL money, that's and I'm gonna be honest, the way they did it, I was more impressed than mad. I'm gonna be real, because what happened is well, you don't need to do the world though. But yeah, basically, what happened is I was buying something from someone, and I went to go give him rep in a server, and right when I gave him rep, he DM'd me saying, "Yo, I appreciate the rep. If you want to buy anything else, let me know." And I'm like, "What you got?" He showed me. He's like, "Can you buy this for $100?" Like, I only got $80. He's like, "That's fine. Just send it to me." And I did, and then he blocked me. That's when I realized there's a kid that will wait for another person to give him rep in his server for middlemanning, and he has his Discord profile exactly like the middleman guy, and because at that point you're not DMing him at all, so I had no previous messages with him, right? So he'll DM you, and then do what he did. He got me. I'm gonna be real, because I'm not thinking, oh, this is a different person. I'm thinking this is the exact person. Well, whenever that happened to me, I called my bank and said my card got hacked, and they gave me the money back. Well, apparently they just realized I didn't get hacked, and they done took that money back. So I'm at negative $68.
Mentioned, I live in
Is not funny. It is funny, I can't lie. Yeah, it isn't bad, but you gotta realize I haven't made a single dollar from YouTube. At least on Twitch, I was making like a couple hundred a month. I can't even get I can't even put ads on my streams unless I get 500 subs. So I'm too lazy to make videos for this game, I'm gonna be real. I just don't care. 'Cause like I said, having a Skyblock audience, even though there's a lot of annoying people, it's usually, for the most part, fine. Oh no. See, that's how old people get in trouble. Where they get their shit taken. They fall for ads like that. Like I said, I wasn't really... I'm not... Even though I am upset I don't have that money, they took it back, I am more impressed by him, because I would have never thought that that's how they get down on Roblox. But, alas, he got me. You're blamed for it. I fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. All of it's retarded.
in Texas, home of Sandy Cheeks
Poor Chan Chan auntie, Jack, she died in a car crash. Kind of fucked up to say, Jack. But I'd take the 7.5K instead of her being alive. I'll be real. Oh yeah, Toma, that's why I quit. That was the biggest reason why I quit Skyblock. Was because my aunt got killed in a head-on collision. I'm like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to play a game that I really don't want to play anymore. Jack, isn't this your second time doing shit like that too? Opinions on your PSP. Jack, can you check it before I full screen it? Okay. I just had to make sure. It's like, yo, check out my profile picture. It's just the hard R. Oh, thanks. Okay. Whatever. Is it just... Oh, I see it.
In the
what do I think? It's hot. Change it to Smart Schoolboy 9. I tried putting that as my profile picture on Discord, but Mob thinks... Now, every time I mention him, Mob keeps saying that I'm obsessed with him and I'm weird. I just think it's funny now.
The abortion ban.
Oh, by the way, this is, women don't know how to change tires, gonna need to go change. Have fun. Yeah, honestly, you were running the accounts for him, Jack. Oh, no, so this video is about, rock stars being fucked up in the head. And we just finished watching about a guy that, at his concerts used to fling, like, shit himself, rub it on his body, rub it on the audience, stage dive, and then beat the shit out of audience members. So now, he's like, there isn't anybody that could be worse than that, right? And now he's talking about Ozzy Osbourne, so...
No relation. And people say that Ozzy Osbourne pissed on the Alamo, but I am here to say that that is actually not true, okay? He is not that disrespectful. He just pissed on the 60-foot statue commemorating the soldiers who died at the Alamo, while in his wife's dress, as depicted here in an art installation titled Fountain/Ozzy Visits the Alamo. It is a wax statue set up with a motion detector set to piss on the wall whenever somebody walks by. And man...
Oh, that's funny. I need the Max Ween. Hey, and, you know, that's also true, too, Jack, because Drake's a pedophile. Okay, bye-bye, Jack.
And I really wish somebody would finally make a wax statue commemorating the time I shit on the floor of that Target. Later that night, after starting a riot at one of his shows, Ozzy told a reporter that he had achieved a lifetime goal. He stated, "I pissed on the Alamo, and the White House is next." He was then promptly banned from the city of San Antonio for 10 years. Speaking of piss, show of hands, who has seen that movie on Netflix, The Dirt? Put your fucking hand down. I can't see you, you idiot. What are you doing? Get a job. The movie chronicles the misadventures of the band Motley Crue, and if you've seen it, I think you know the story that I'm about to tell. Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue recounts that on the band's first tour, they were lounging poolside at a hotel when a very clearly intoxicated Ozzy Osbourne walked up to them. He tells them, "Give me a straw, I fancy a bump." The band then informs Ozzy that, regrettably, they are all out of cocaine, to which Ozzy repeats again louder, "Give me a straw, I fancy a bump." They fork over the straw, and Ozzy proceeds to take it, insert it into his nose, swoop down to the ground, and snort a line of fire ants that was walking by. He then makes a comment about how everyone has a drink and he doesn't, and remedies that situation by whipping out his wicked wee-wee and whizzing in front of the shocked poolgoers, then getting down on all fours and licking up his own piss from the ground.
But, like, why, Ozzy? Why would you do this? I don't think this is necessary, Ozzy Osbourne.
A lot of piss. A lot of piss and shit in this episode. Nikki Sixx, feeling, jealous, I guess, also whips out his dick and pees poolside. But as he bends down to lick it up, Ozzy shoves him out of the way, lunges towards Nikki's piss puddle faster than Kevin Spacey chases down a preteen, and adds Nikki's urine to the small piss collection he is now forming in his belly. This tale all comes direct from Motley Crue, because, like most of these stories, Ozzy has no recollection of the event. Someone else who would end up having no recollection of events was a priest who once visited the Osbournes' estate in the English countryside. A few days earlier, Ozzy had baked a cake. Mamma mia! And told his wife, "Don't let anybody eat this fucking cake. It will be bad." A bit of an ominous warning there, but to be fair, I would be scared to be in the same room with a chair that Ozzy Osbourne might have looked at once in 1982, let alone to eat his baked goods. After Ozzy warned his wife about the dangers of this pernicious pastry, he headed out to the pub. He returned from the pub, quote, a few days later, to find his wife chatting with a priest who was enjoying a cup of tea along with a big fat slice of Ozzy cake. The priest soon started feeling pretty unholy, and after stumbling his way into the kitchen, he promptly blacked out and fell to the floor. Understandably freaking out, Ozzy decided that the best course of action was to get the priest's unconscious body out of his house as quickly as possible. The only issue with that is the priest had driven to the Osbournes' house, so in order to cover his tracks, Ozzy was going to have to take his car with him too. Ozzy was hesitant about this because he didn't have a driver's license, and apparently a ticket for that was more concerning than being pulled over in a stolen car with an unconscious priest drooling in the back seat, but he decided it was worth the risk. Ozzy actually failed his driver's test 18 different times before finally receiving his license on his 19th try in 2009 at the age of 61. And I didn't even know they let you try that many times. I figure if you get to like 15, they're like, okay.
I don't even understand how you fail it. I passed it the first time with an A+.
Okay, buddy, I don't know what else to do for you here. You should not be on the road. If you get it, it's a fluke. Little Ozzy facts for you there. Back to the priest being knocked out on the kitchen floor. Ozzy drags the priest outside by his hair and then throws him into the backseat of his own car. He then drives the priest back to his house, dumps the body in front of his front door, and walks home. Don't ask me how he knew where the
I mean, one time that's alright, you know, like, whatever. I'm talking about people like him that failed it. Like, I think if you fail it 5 times, you shouldn't be able to drive. I guarantee there's so many people that have done that because everybody that drives near is stupid as fuck. Guarantee that's a reoccurring thing here where I live.
the priest lived. Don't you dare ask me that. I have no goddamn idea. As you've probably guessed by now, there were drugs in the cake. I guess a better way of phrasing that would be that there was cake in the drugs. The thing was probably about 60% drugs, 40% cake. That's a secret Osbourne family recipe right there. Ozzy had dumped enough pure Afghan hash in that cake to get an Ozzy Osbourne high, which is roughly the same amount that it would take to give the entire Indian subcontinent a buzz for a calendar year. He worried that he might have killed the priest for about 2 weeks until he saw him at a pub where he told Ozzy that he must have caught a bad flu recently because he had hallucinated for 3 days straight. Like I said, enough hash to get an Ozzy Osbourne high. Okay? It's enough to make a priest hallucinate for 3 days. The priest had originally come to the house to ask the Osbournes to join the Church of England and invite them to confess their sins. Ozzy said about that his list was so long that if he had started confessing his sins then, he'd probably still be there today. One of the reasons that Ozzy is still anywhere today, scientists hypothesize, is that he is literally a genetic mutant. Despite his 73 years of treating his health like it was a Puerto Rican junkie who owed him money, and the time that a literal airplane crashed into his tour bus, Ozzy Osbourne is miraculously still alive. I hope, at the time of making his video. It'd be very awkward if he's not, but I'm still putting.
He's alive and he has a podcast. Follow the clips page of it on TikTok.
What the fucker's even still got a full, beautiful head of hair, a piece of shit. Look at this. Look at that. I am 21 years old. That is diffuse thinning. Ozzy once said about his time spent in the late 70s, I was on booze, coke, heroin, acid, and quaaludes to glue, cough syrup, rohypnol, Monopin, Vicodin. On more than a few occasions, I was on all of those at the same time. He then said that he somehow increased his use during the 80s, probably particularly of the coke. During his time on his reality show, The Osbournes, a show that started when he was 53 years old, mind you, Ozzy's daily intake included cocaine for breakfast, 4 bottles of cognac throughout the day, 25 Vicodin pills, and a random amount of the other 43 prescription medications that he was taking on a daily basis. I'm not fucking around here, people. This is not a drill. That should not be possible. That is highly abnormal.
Yeah, I think God personally let Ozzy Osbourne. He's like, you know, I'm gonna give you like 10,000 lives.
Normal. At one point, Ozzy's immune system was so weakened from all the drugs and alcohol that he falsely tested positive for HIV.
Full-blown
Just think about that. That's fucking crazy. This lab-grade test could not differentiate Tom Hanks in Philadelphia from Ozzy Osbourne's normal state of existence. And yet, he lives on. Absolute fucking madness. In 2010, scientists pioneering the field of genome research wanted to sequence the DNA of somebody truly spectacular. Did they choose Dwayne Johnson, Stephen Hawking, Bill Nye the Science Guy? No. No, they did not. They chose Ozzy Osbourne, because he is a literal freak of nature. They discovered that Ozzy has a never-before-seen mutation in a gene responsible for breaking down alcohol, which allows his body to break it down much faster than normal. Scientists say that this gene, quote, might help explain why his liver hasn't exploded. Ozzy said about the experiment, the only gene I know is the one in Kiss. It's gene sinning. A statement which leads me to believe that he also has a mutation in the gene responsible for epic dad jokes. During the very same Van Halen tour that Ozzy snorted ants and licked puddles of piss from more than one individuals, something a bit more serious happened to the godfather of metal. He was kidnapped. Sort of. It's 1978, and Van Halen, along with most of Black Sabbath, had just checked into a hotel in Atlanta. Many hours later, they started to prepare for that night's show when they noticed that Ozzy's room was missing something kind of important. Ozzy Osbourne. It was missing Ozzy Osbourne. His luggage had been dropped off but not opened, his bed was still made, and there was no Ozzy to be found. Not even any traces of him that you could find with a blacklight, which means he was definitely never in there. They alerted the police, and the news quickly made it to local TV and news stations in Atlanta. The hours went on and the police kept searching, but Ozzy was still MIA. Eventually, Van Halen had to go on stage and perform as the opening act for a band still missing their lead singer. So then Van Halen wraps up their set, Still no Ozzy. After Van Halen got off, the remaining non-kidnapped members of Black Sabbath had to get on stage, alert everyone that Ozzy Osbourne is missing, and apologize for canceling the show. The whole rest of the night, the band, the police, fans in the audience, and the concerned citizens of Atlanta searched high and low for the Prince of Darkness, but he was still nowhere to be found. The next morning, 9 a.m. rolls around, and the band gets an unexpected call from the kidnapper himself. It was Ozzy asking what time they were going to perform at the show that night. The show that they performed last night. The man had kidnapped himself. What happened was, Ozzy came to the hotel the morning of the show in a drunken stupor, went into a completely random room that was not his, immediately blacked out, and slept for more than 24 hours. Mad lad. And now a quick lightning round on some of his other mad lad behavior. Ozzy was once riding in an aerial tramway, which is like a ski lift that takes you up the mountain, but instead of a bench, it's like a whole box with windows in it. You can go inside. Here, take a look. The tram stopped for a couple of minutes at an elevation of 1,000 feet, and Ozzy felt that it was a good idea to climb on top of it through a hatch in the roof and ride it like a surfboard the rest of the way up the mountain. Mad lad. Ozzy was once invited to a White House dinner by George W. Bush.
What a fantastic audience we had tonight. Washington power brokers, celebrities, Hollywood stars, Ozzy Osbourne.
He is so happy.
He got royally shit-faced, and after he started screaming in front of 1,800 people, George Bush could audibly be heard saying, "This might have been a mistake. Mad lad." When anyone would stay at Ozzy's Outland cottage in England, he would sneak into their rooms and shave off their eyebrows. And that one just proves this man is pure evil. Mad lad! After getting ferociously drunk on a trip to Germany, Ozzy earned the prestigious title of being the only person ever to be thrown out of the Dachau concentration camp. Traditionally, people are, of course, thrown in. Mad lad. Mad lad. And just like the caveman said when he found out that natural emissions of electricity were no longer going to be spherical, lightning round over. Mad lad! In 1981, Ozzy was apparently let back into Germany because he was sitting down to dinner with a record executive at a restaurant in that very country. After he got drunk, which at this point we can assume that if Ozzy is awake, he is drunk. So after he proceeded to get much more drunk than his average level of drunk, which is already quite drunk, he hopped on the table and started to sensually striptease the record executive. Just hit the old "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" right there in front of everyone. After stripping stark naked, he kissed the record exec on the lips, put his balls into his wine, just dunked his dirty danglers right in there, and then peed in.
Of what? Oh. Rip.
The glass. And I really wish that I was there because that created the perfect opportunity for a classic "I'll have what he's having."
I will have whatever he is having.
Surprisingly enough, this is not the worst thing that Ozzy ever did at a table with record executives. He really did not like those fellas. And of course, he was legitimately insane.
Roll rodents.
The same year, 1981, Ozzy went to his record label's annual sales meeting to try and make nice with them. Why? Who knows? You know, it's not like he's engaging in anything weird with record executives, right? I mean, no, he'd never do that. And this incident ended up having just the exact polar opposite effect of what he was going for there. You see, Ozzy had been kicked out of Black Sabbath 2 years prior and was having kind of a rough time, to say the least. Just like the band that kicked him out, Ozzy's label was getting pretty goddamn fed up with working with a drug-addicted, alcoholic, crazy person, and Ozzy was supposed to go in there and show them that he might possibly, just maybe, not be just that. And just, that is just so not what happened. So the plan was for Ozzy to show up, give a quick speech, and then release 3 live dubs from his jacket pocket as a sign of peace and good faith. But on the day of, Ozzy showed up to the meeting. Well, can you guess how he showed up to the meeting? Sober? No. No. Have you been listening? No. He was incredibly fucked up, even by his standards, apparently. He was literally intermittently blacking out throughout the entire meeting. So during a speech from a publicist that Ozzy felt was particularly boring, he decided he fancied a snack, pulled out one of the doves from his jacket pocket, bit its head off with his
Fuck is this?
bare teeth, and then spit out the decapitated dove head onto the table. Just nonchalantly. Nothing to see here, nothing unusual going on here.
You bit the head off was it a pigeon?
Well, it's my hobby, you know.
Now explain that one.
You're next.
No. The pigeon or the dove or whatever it was.
Well, I was kind of peckish when they had a CBS convention.
Uh-huh.
His iced tea is great.
Certainly, sir.
And there was a pigeon there, so I thought, well, nothing else but the pigeon. I mean, the pigeon didn't mind, man. He had no choice, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like a bag of pistachios. Man, the guy is peckish. Leave him alone. Peckish. Because it's a bird. Surprisingly, they didn't immediately kick him out of the meeting, fire him, ban him from the music industry forever, and attempt to perform an exorcism, but Ozzy was still hungry. After he bit the head off of the second dove, that's when the stuffed shirts had had enough. They swiftly kicked him out of the building. But, if you recall, there were 3 doves. He still got one in the chamber, locked and loaded. As Ozzy walked away, he ran into his bassist, who noticed that Ozzy's jacket was flapping strangely, almost like what a terrified bird trapped in the jacket pocket of the man who just orally decapitated its brother and sister in front of its very eyes might look like. The bassist asked, "What the hell is that?" To which Ozzy responded by once again ripping the head off of the third dove with his mouth and spitting it on the ground. A prince among men indeed. He's a spokesman for PETA now. That's real. You can look that up. The tales of the hungry PETA spokesperson / bird decapitator are not done yet, though. Ozzy still was not quite full. But this time, his avian appetizer was a bit more nocturnal. That's right, folks. It's the big one. A year after this dove incident, Ozzy still had a hankering for some head. And not that kind, not that. Get your brain out of the gutter, you dirty little brain gutter haver. Gosh, golly, dirty. Filthy. So by this time in his solo career, Ozzy was pretty much just operating on his own discretion. No other bandmates to rein him in, and clearly he can do whatever he wants as far as the record label is concerned, e.g. him not being fired after the prior dove decapitation. So he could really just do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And this led to some pretty interesting artistic choices. By the time 1982 had begun, Ozzy was doing this quirky little thing for more than a year, where at some point in the show, he would hurl raw meat and other animal parts wildly into the crowd. And hey man, at least it's not his own shit. Best guy so far. And I've gotten a decent amount of comments on the other 2 videos about people saying that they've saw this and that show, you know, Van Halen show in 1985 or whatever. So I have a question for y'all. Leave it in the comments. Have you ever been to an Ozzy Osbourne concert and had raw meat hurled on you? Please let me know. Also subscribe. Fucking subscribe. Also human feces. If you've been to an Iggy Pop or, God forbid, a G.G. Allin concert, God, let me know. Anyway, the crowds grew to expect this little stunt from Ozzy, and in response, they would hurl whatever gross nonsense they could sneak past concert security toward him onto the stage. Ozzy says they'd throw back sheep testicles, live snakes, dead rats, all kinds of things. Somebody once threw a live frog onto the stage. It was the biggest frog I'd ever seen, and it landed on its back. One individual who was happily hucking animals that night was 17-year-old Mark Neal. 2 weeks prior, his little brother had managed to somehow wrangle a live bat into their house, where it died shortly after. Rest in peace, Bat Damon. So the pair now had a dead bat on their hands, and what better place to dispose of a 2-week-old nearly rancid bat carcass than an Ozzy Osbourne concert? Nowhere. These two hooligans snuck the dead bat into the concert and then at some point hucked it on stage in front of the bass guitarist, who then pointed it out to the Ozman. Without missing a beat, Ozzy swooped over, picked up the dead rancid bat, plopped it in its mouth, and bit off its head.
Evidently threw an unconscious bat on the stage, and he thought it was a rubber bat, whatever, and he picked it up and bit the head off.
And Sharon's going, "Tommy, it's real." I'm going, what?
Ozzy says he thought it was a toy bat made out of rubber, but I'm honestly calling fibber on that one. He is fibbing it up hardcore. He just says that so he can keep running PETA and selling his NFTs.
Ozzy wanted a Bored Ape for his birthday, but I told him the floor was just too high. And with crypto winter just around the corner, it wasn't a good idea.
There's also an Ozzy branded bat toy in which you can decapitate it. It's got a little Velcro on the head. It's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. And yeah, I don't believe him because he was already used to people throwing live frogs and dead rats and sheep nuts on stage. None of those were toys. Okay? No one at an Ozzy Osbourne show is going to be throwing toys. Okay? They're going sheep balls to the wall. But to be fair, this was the height of Ozzy's heroic level of drug abuse, and I don't think that he knew where or who he was, let alone to be able to distinguish between rubber and non-rubber objects. He probably thought that the crowd was made of Play-Doh when he was singing into a pizza pie. But I really just think he made up the rubber bat story because he got invited to so many interviews afterwards and had to constantly think of an answer to the question, why did you bite the head off of a bat during a live performance, other than, well, I was incredibly fucked up and honestly it looked kinda tasty.
We're talking with the one and only Ozzy Osbourne. Good evening, Ozzy.
What?
You don't look like a madman.
Look in the shoe I am.
You are a madman.
I'm gotta be mad, yeah.
You get all these crazy people that come and throw this junk on stage, and I thought it was one of these rubber bats. I picked it up and it was a real bat.
Was it alive?
Well, it was till I bit the head off it,
Let's tell him what you did. Bit the head off a bat. There, I said it.
It wasn't Batman, it was like a bat. Colonel Saunders, how many chickens do you think he put to death? He didn't bite the heads up, but everybody else did.
I mean, the taste of bats is very salty. Tastes of salt.
Tastes like anything else?
Well, yes, but I can't really say that on the air, can I, really?
No. Next.
Now, did you know immediately, not having bitten into...
Well, I've eaten some pretty rough chicken on the road, you know. But...
What kind of a kid were you?
Well, I wanted to be a brain surgeon originally.
So Ozzy chomps down on the supposed toy bat and very quickly finds out that it is in fact not made of rubber, but made of regret. He recalls about the incident. Immediately, something felt wrong. Very wrong. For a start, my mouth was instantly full of this warm, gloopy... Oh, that's fucking gross. For a start, my mouth was instantly full of this warm, gloopy liquid with the worst aftertaste you could ever imagine. I could feel it staining my teeth and running down my chin. Then the head in my mouth twitched. Ah, gross. Ew. Gross, ew, gross, no. So now Ozzy's standing there with a mouth full of bat gloop and suddenly decides that this might not have been the smartest idea. He is immediately rushed to the hospital where he had to get numerous tests, blood work, and a rabies shot in both butt cheeks every day for quite some time.
But I can assure you the rabies shots that I went through afterwards aren't fun.
No, they're painful, I understand.
Very painful.
Now, biting the heads off of doves in the privacy of a boardroom is one thing, but biting the head off of a rancid bat live in concert in front of thousands of people is, kind of a bigger deal. This act would end up being the one he's most famous for, and would send Christian groups and Karens all over the world into the satanic panic of the 80s, and prove that Ozzy, just like every other rock star, was legitimately insane. And quickly, subscribe. Do it now. Subscribe now. Support me on Patreon, link in the description. Like this video, and if you're in for more craziness, check out this next one. when doing research for an upcoming video about wacky rock star hijinks, I came across a man just so wacky, so chocked full of hijinks that I thought he deserved a video just for him. That man's name is... Keith Moon is an enigma. He was a riddle, wrapped in a question, microwaved in a mystery, and drizzled with a secret sauce reduction. Part man, part animal. Lover of mayhem and hater of toilets, the drummer for The Who will go down as one of the wildest, most destructive men in all of rock and roll history. So let's talk about the princely prankster, the hotel horror, the bathroom bomber himself.
People always, they say, Keith, you're so outrageous in hotels, you know, I mean, why do hotels let you in? And I can't answer that question.
For rock stars, wrecking hotel rooms is an art form in and of itself. And if trashing a room is art, Keith Moon is fucking Da Vinci. Keith Moon practically pioneered the field of room wreckery. He was one of the first and still arguably one of, if not the very best, in the game. And this wasn't living up to some rock star cliche for him either. This hadn't become a trope at the time. He was the trope. This man just genuinely enjoyed destroying the state of his temporary lodging. He was just living his truth. I'm gonna kick it off with Keith's 21st birthday. A pretty mellow incident, very Disney Channel friendly. You could air it after Fishtails. Zach and Cody could guest star. The man had, of course, never had a drop of alcohol before that day because that would be illegal and immoral. And Keith Moon is not about that life, no. Little Mooney, no. Never! So he had one single drink responsibly with a close circle of friends, and then drove a stolen Lincoln Continental into the swimming pool of a Holiday Inn. The legal age to drink was actually 18 at the time, plus he's British, so I'm sure they offered him and his mom a pint while she was still screaming in the stirrups, but just like, let me live a little, man, okay? So a responsible brewski with the boys wasn't exactly how it went down, but luckily there is a record from several people there at the time that lays out pretty much the whole night, and it's a bit of a doozy. Ain't no party like a Keith Moon party, because a Keith Moon party will leave you dead or arrested. I'll give you a little timeline of events here. The band crushes a show in Detroit and heads back to the Holiday Inn. Truly cannot have shit in Detroit. Also, there's a guy named Carl there as well. Just remember him for later. Just tuck that in your brain. Keith Moon is then delivered not one, not two, but many cakes. I don't know how many cakes he got. The sources say anything from like 4 to 100, so just picture a lot of cakes. All of them were in the shape of 5 edible drums that are stacked on top of each other. And that's nice, you know, that is very sweet. You'd think somebody would really savor that, genuinely appreciate the gesture, maybe share it with their friends. Keith begins throwing the cake at everyone in the room like a monkey with its own shit, to which all the other bandmates return fire. Which honestly I would do too. If a monkey started throwing its shit at me, I would just shit in my own hand and throw it right back. That is a power move right there. So they're plopping pastry, they're flinging frosting left and right, innocent enough, you know. One of them said it took 5 minutes for the whole room to look like the inside of a cake. Not that big a deal, we've all converted a hotel room into a tasty little treat, you know, we've been there. But the hotel manager, he hears the ruckus and he heads on down to the room. He just rocks on down to Moontown. He then opens the door and witnesses the Disney XD level food fight ensuing within. And they're pretty much caught red-handed at that point. It's pretty hard to act innocent when there's chocolate on the ceiling and you're standing in a puddle of custard. The manager barges in and says, "God damn it, this sounds more like a revolution than a birthday party," to which Keith responds by shoving what remained of the first cake directly in his face. Which, like, yeah, that's an act of war right there. That is a revolution. You know, if they went a little bit further with it, I think they could have pulled off a successful coup.
I'm the hotel manager. No.
After this, one of Keith's bandmates told the manager that they'd wind it down, which, like, the guy already has strawberry filling in his eyebrows. I think it's a little bit late for that. Guy's got a cherry on his head, a couple candles sticking out of his nose. The whole room looks like the house at the end of Cat in the Hat, and this dude's just like, "Yeah, we're ready to take it down a notch, sir. There's nothing to worry about here." Against the odds, though, this guy was apparently both a terrible manager and an absolute cuck, because he was kind of just like, "Okay, you'd better," and then he just left. I don't know, man. The 60s were a different time. Babies were still having paint chips for breakfast, and everyone was inhaling lead by the lungful every time they went outside, but like, they're not gonna wind it down a notch, man. He deserved what happened after this for leaving, honestly. So after MC Pain Eater walked out of the room, still covered in cake, probably planning his trip to the dry cleaners, Keith proceeded to wind down from the cake slinging by hucking beer bottles out of the window into the pool below. After he was satisfied with how filled the pool was with broken glass, he thought to himself, "I'm gonna go steal a car. That sounds like a good idea. That's the move. And let's go ahead and let him recount what happened with that little escapade. Half a dozen cars were parked around this swimming pool. I ran out, jumped into the first car I came to, which was a brand new Lincoln Continental. It was parked on a slight hill, and when I took the handbrake off, it started to roll, and it smashed straight through this pool surround fence, and the whole Lincoln Continental went right into the swimming pool, with me in it. In it. So there I was, sitting in the driver's seat of a Lincoln Continental underwater. And the water was pouring in, coming in through the bloody pedal holes in the floorboard, squirting in through the windows. In a startling moment of logic, I said, well, I can't open the doors until the pressure is the same. It's amazing how I remembered those things from me physics class. So I'm sitting there, thinking about me situation, and the water creeps up to me nose. When there's just enough air on the top of the car to take a gulp, I fill up my lungs, throw open the door, and go rising to the top of the pool. And then I went back to the party, streaming water. I'm actually quite impressed that this man is so drunk that he is drifting a luxury vehicle into a man-made body of water, but still has the lucidity to go, wait just a minute, Keith, think back to Miss Hawthorne's class. Also, is that the kind of shit they teach in England? Well, kids, if you ever completely blitzed and drive a car into a swimming hole, first of all, don't feel bad, happens to all of us from time to time. Just remember to keep those doors shut until the minute before you drown, and then go ahead and flop your soggy body up to the surface. So Keith comes back inside dripping wet, walks over to the room, leaving his little piss trail in the hallway, and who do you think comes in after him? Cake guy, that is correct. The manager peeps his head in the room and is like, guys, do you remember how we said you could maybe turn it down a bit? Possibly. Keith throws the second cake in the manager's face and then immediately proceeds to grab Carl by the pockets and savagely rip his pants off from there to the knee. Why did he do that? I don't fucking know. No one knows why he did anything. He just does. I don't know. Also, why stop there? Just rip the pants completely off at that point. You're halfway there. And that's an impressive feat, too. This was the 60s. Okay, them jeans was built to last. I mean, have you ever tried to rip a man's pants off with sheer manpower by savagely pulling on his pockets? I have. And let me tell you, it is not easy. Keith then laughs maniacally in Carl's face, as one does in that situation, to which Carl responds by ripping Keith's pants off so hard that the stitching ripped in every seam, as one does in that situation. So this story's been pretty tame up to this point, you know, pretty lax, pretty chill even, but this is honestly the point where I'm like, really? Did this shit really go down? This is a little fucking ridiculous. So apparently this whole time there has been a cop, like a legitimate cop, not like a bodyguard, standing outside of the hotel room to protect the band from, like, whoever wants to mess with them, you know? And Keith is a rock star, if you recall, so he is going commando, obviously. He's just gotta feel that crispy denim on the old snow globes. So when Carl ripped Keith's pants off, he is now at the mercy of the breeze, if you know what I mean. In a tank top, swinging low and to the left. Man, I really cannot avoid a penis cameo in a single video, can I? So the cop spots Keith's wiggle worm and his pair of koosh balls, informs him that he is now going to have to arrest him for breaking Michigan state law, pulls out a gun and aims it at Keith's monstrous meat mound. Which, like, the guy just spent an hour hucking beer bottles out the window and then drove a stolen car into a swimming pool, and now you're arresting him for a little tip slip in his own hotel room? Where are your priorities, sir? What did they teach you at the academy? Alright boys, we have a strict no testicle tolerance policy here in the great state of Michigan, which we expect you as defenders of the public to uphold. If any single one of you ever sees a pair of free-swinging gonads in the Great Lakes state, you shoot that sumbitch straight in the pecker. Do you understand me? Yes, sir! I guess the cop was standing inside the hotel, you know, outside of the room in the hallway, and the crash happened outside by the pool, so it is possible that he didn't hear or see that, and when Keith walked back inside dripping wet, he could have just been like, man, this fella sure can sweat, huh? So maybe I believe this is the first illegal thing he'd seen that night, but like, still. So the cop's got his revolver trained on the old sin snake, and Keith immediately bolts away to receive some unintended consequences. I ran. I started to leg it out the door, and I slipped on a piece of marzipan and fell flat on me face and knocked out me tooth. Ooh, the cake strikes back. Keith is then rushed to the dentist, where allegedly they operated on him without any anesthesia because he was just so drunk. Which again, I was like, really?